Chapter 31:14. At the same time, in the boundless sky, a huge projection was suspended in the sun, moon, and stars. In the projection, a handsome man was standing on a throne, holding the killing sword in his hand. He was kneeling on one knee. "I am incompetent and failed to complete the task." His voice was loud and clear, with a touch of indifference. If Su Yu was here, he would recognize that he was none other than Zhong Wushuang, whom he had not seen for a long time. Since Zishuan's death, Su Yu and Zhong Wushuang had completely broken up. Zhong Wushuang had failed to betray Su Yu and killed Zishuan, but he did not think it was his fault. Instead, he pushed everything to Su Yu. "It has nothing to do with you," the huge projection said in a majestic voice. That voice belonged to Prince Xiaoyao. He had personally searched for Su Yu and failed, so he could not blame Zhong Wushuang. Zhong Wushuang's task was only to go to the Puppet Saint clan and warn them of the impending disaster, so that they could refine the heart of the Blue Heart puppet as soon as possible. Once the refinement was successful, it would be time for the Holy Mountain to take back the puppet. Everything was as Su Yu had guessed. How could the Puppet Saint clan hide such a dangerous puppet from the Holy Mountain? There was only one reason why the Puppet Saint clan had been able to refine it for so many years. The Holy Mountain was waiting for them to succeed. Years of planning, and in the end, it all benefited Su Yu. Prince Xiaoyao was calm. Hearing that, Zhong Wushuang clenched his fists and raised his head. "Su Yu." He snatched the Blue Heart puppet. The huge projection nodded slightly. "Why? Why him again?" Zhong Wushuang was inexplicably angry. "Why? Why does he snatch everything? He snatched my emperor killing sword, my divine throne of heaven and earth, and even my most beloved woman. Now, he even wants to snatch the Blue Heart puppet." Prince Xiaoyao said lightly. "Su Yu is the successor appointed by the human ancestor. His vitality is strong, no weaker than yours." Zhong Wushuang clenched his fists, his eyes full of resentment. "However, if you gather the Emperor 4-piece set, you can surpass him and become an existence on par with the Holy Mountain Saints." Prince Xiaoyao revealed an unbelievable secret. "What?" Zhong Wushuang was in disbelief. "Emperor, is this true? I've already obtained 2 of the 4 pieces of the Emperor set, but I haven't discovered any great power from them." Zhong Wushuang voiced out his confusion. Back then, when he was still a low-level being, he had started accumulating the Emperor set of 4 treasures. At that time, the Emperor's 4-piece set might have been a rather good mystery item. But now, it seemed that those things were not worth mentioning. How could he not be surprised when Emperor Xiaoyao suddenly said this? "You also know that it's just a set, and it's useless if it's scattered. Only by gathering a complete set will a great opportunity appear." Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said, "If you can grasp it, you'll be an existence that's on par with us." Hearing this, Zhong Wushuang's emotions surged. There was no reason for Xiaoyao Emperor to lie to a human cultivator. The Emperor set of 4 treasures was forged by a human great being from 10 eras ago. It contains the secrets of his lifetime's power. Zhong Wushuang was shocked. After being in a 9-star civilization for so long, how could he not understand the past of the human race? Almost every other era, there would be unbelievably powerful existences. They often had extraordinary combat abilities. The most famous ones were the human ancestor from the last era, and the ancient human king from 10 eras ago. Su Yu was the designated successor of the human ancestor. Then, wasn't Zhong Wushuang the successor of the ancient human king? The human ancestor has been suppressed by our holy mountain. To obtain his legacy, Su Yu has to walk to the end of the heavenly road. As for you, you only need to gather the Emperor set of 4 treasures. One could imagine how difficult it would be for both sides. If you want to defeat Su Yu, you have to get all the Emperor set of 4 treasures, Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said. Zhong Wushuang was excited again. He said, "I must become the king of the human race first." Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said slowly, "Your first step is to conquer all the human leaders in the 9-star civilization and become the king of humans. Only then will you be qualified to represent the human race and ascend the heavenly road. At the end of the heavenly road, the last Emperor set of 4 treasures is located. The heavenly road again." Zhong Wushuang was shocked. Then, will Su Yu ascend the heavenly road too? Although I will stop him, he will. Zhong Wushuang clenched his fists and said firmly, all right. I will wait for him at the heavenly road. Before that, find the third emperor set of 4 treasures, the ice crystal crown. Xiao Yarou, son of heaven, suddenly said. Ice crystal crown? Zhong Wushuang's breathing quickened. The ice crystal crown was the symbol of authority in the emperor set of 4 treasures. It contained unbelievable power. But why can't I sense it? Zhong Wushuang was confused. Every piece of the emperor set of 4 treasures had a faint connection with him. As long as it appeared nearby, he would sense it before anyone else. Because he is at a place that ordinary people cannot reach. There is a powerful seal there that cuts off your senses, Xiao Yarou, son of heaven, said. Zhong Wushuang was surprised. Where is that? Moreover, since you know about it, why don't you retrieve it directly? Although the world was big, was there a place that Xiao Yarou, son of heaven, could not reach? Since he already knew about it, couldn't he just retrieve it and hand it over to him? Why did he have to retrieve it personally? The people of the Holy Mountain cannot enter that place. Xiao Yarou, son of heaven's tone was complicated. There was both helplessness and fear in it. Zhong Wushuang was secretly shocked. There was such a place in the world. Please tell me. I will look for it now. Zhong Wushuang cupped his fists and said. In the giant projection, a black speck of light flew over and entered the space between Zhong Wushuang's eyebrows. Suddenly, a giant map appeared in Zhong Wushuang's mind. This is. Zhong Wushuang was confused. Xiao Yarou, son of heaven, sighed deeply. The ancient tomb of the master of the ultimate ruins, at the same time. The goddess clan. Amidst the sky full of flowers, a pitilessly beautiful dreamlike beauty stood in the midst of the flowers. She bowed and listened to the instructions of the old woman in front of her quietly. Jingyu, that area is about to open. Have you not found a suitable partner yet? The old woman was the clan master of the goddess clan. Su Yu had once pretended to be the clone of Xiao Yarou, son of heaven mirror flower, and intimidated her. Now, she was much more well-behaved and did not dare to look for a suitable partner for Xia Jingyu. However, there was a great opportunity that was about to arrive that required Xia Jingyu's presence. Moreover, she had to team up with a strong member of the opposite sex. Xia Jingyu had been unwilling to make her choice for a long time, delaying it until today. No, I just want to train in the clan. Leave the opportunity to someone else. Xia Jingyu was indifferent. If it was in the past, the clan master would have lectured her. But now, she had no choice but to be polite. Fine, we have already arranged for a suitable partner. After you enter the secret realm, you can do whatever you want. There is no need to force yourself to cooperate. Chapter 31:15. Xia Jingyu raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't want to make such an arrangement on her own. Seeing her expression, the clan master was a little impatient, but she could only explain patiently, only men and women are allowed to enter together. I won't force you to cooperate after you enter. That's the limit. To be honest, if she hadn't seen the body of Jinghua Tianzi, who clearly ordered the goddess clan not to find a spouse for Xia Jingyu, why would she be so polite to Xia Jingyu? According to her usual style, she would have taught her a lesson long ago. How could she be so picky? Xia Jingyu sighed helplessly. She knew that the clan master was reaching his limit, so she had to agree. Okay, I hope he won't pester me. Time passed by quickly. Half a year later. At the edge of the nine-tailed heavenly emperor's realm, Su Yu traveled in an orderly manner. As he hurried along, he controlled the surge of soul power. On this day, he appeared on an isolated island in the middle of a vast ocean. This island was the gathering place for the heaven-covering clan to send messages. The surge of soul power has made the ancestral soul technique several times stronger, Su Yu murmured. Although the ancestral soul technique was extraordinary, it hadn't reached an unfathomable level. Especially in front of the Soul Saint clan, it was like child's play. The root of the problem was that Su Yu's own soul wasn't strong enough to display the ancestral soul technique. Now that his soul power was close to the 10,000 saints, one could imagine how powerful the ancestral soul technique would be. With a move of his mind, A wisp of soul power surrounded his body, making it hazy and unfathomable. If outsiders wanted to investigate his real body, they would have to penetrate this layer of soul power. In other words, the opponent's cultivation had to reach at least the 10,000 saints level, hunting the all-saint strong men who came out of the ultimate divine master's grave. Su Yu chuckled. That's interesting. He took a step forward and arrived on the isolated island. The moment he landed, he immediately felt several eyes glancing at him. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be the other strong men invited by the Heaven-covering clan. Their cultivations were uneven, with the weakest being the late ancient saint and the strongest being the great saint. Su Yu calmly came to the top of the mountain and saw several strong men of different races, each occupying a side, ignoring each other. His arrival only caused them to size him up. When they realized that they couldn't see through Su Yu's soul energy, they all became vigilant. Su Yu's powerful soul was able to capture the communication between many souls. An expert has arrived. What terrifying strength! My great sage soul power is like a clay ox entering the sea. I almost couldn't pull it back. This should be an old monster of the great sage late stage. The Sky-covering clan has really paid a huge price for this hunting mission. They even managed to invite such a person. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more they treasured their lives. For such a dangerous mission, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to invite them. Don't say anything. The other party's cultivation is unfathomable. He might be able to hear what we're saying. A young, pretty woman sent a soul message to end their conversation. Everyone stopped in fear. They didn't dare to use their soul power to converse. The pretty girl's eyes turned and she walked over with a smile. Her facial features were soft, giving off the feeling of a pretty daughter from a humble family. When she walked over, it was like a spring breeze. My friend, may I ask if you were invited by the Sky-covering clan? When Su Yu looked at him, he was surprised to find that he was a rare human expert, just like him. Her cultivation base was quite extraordinary. She had reached the early stage of the Great Sage realm, similar to the Netherworld Old Ancestor and the Green-robed Old Ancestor. The difference was that she was very young, about the same age as Su Yu. It was rare to see such a young early-stage Great Sage. In terms of talent, he was comparable to Bai Shui. Yes, Su Yu answered calmly out of politeness. His attitude made the woman feel even more mysterious. She smiled. I am Lu Xiaoyu, a member of the Human Alliance at the Six Paths Heavenly Realm. Human Alliance. This was the first time Su Yu had heard of an organization like the Human Alliance in a 9-star civilization. He had been to the Nine-tailed Heavenly Realm and the Mirror Flower Heavenly Realm, but there was no such organization. Oh, human, Yin Yu. Su Yu casually mentioned the alias he had used before. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, her eyes filled with joy. You are also a human? She really did not expect to meet a strong person of the same race with such profound soul attainments in a place like the Nine-tailed Heavenly Realm. Su Yu nodded. He wanted to ask about the Human Alliance, so he wanted to chat with her. The two of them found a corner and conversed familiarly. From her, Su Yu found out that every realm that had a master had a Human Alliance. Only the masters of the Nine-tailed Heavenly Emperor realm and the Mirror Flower Heavenly Emperor realm had been destroyed by the human ancestor 1 era ago. So far, no human alliance had emerged. Why is that? Su Yu asked curiously. Lu Xiaoyu explained, because if there is no Heavenly Emperor in charge of a realm, the Taoist energy in the world will be difficult to maintain. It will flow to the other realms, causing the land to be very barren. The human race is weak, so they usually migrate to the other 8 great realms. The number of humans in the Nine-tailed Heavenly Realm and the Mirror Flower Heavenly Realm is small, so it is even more difficult to form an alliance. So that was why. Speaking of which, he had indeed rarely encountered groups of humans in the 2 realms. The Qing Emperor had once said that Su Yu had to defeat all the kings of the human race and become the king of humans. But until now, he had not even encountered a large-scale human organization. It turned out that there were no similar organizations in the 2 realms. Brother Yin Yu, to be able to train to such a high level of cultivation in the bitter cold land of the 2 realms, it is incredible. Lu Xiaoyu took out a jade tablet and said fervently, If Brother Yin Yu does not mind, you can join the human alliance of the Six Paths Heavenly Realm. With your abilities, you will definitely be put in an important position. Su Yu accepted the jade tablet and cupped his fists. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyu could not help but feel disappointed when she saw that Su Yu had accepted it without any response. Every member of the human alliance only had the right to invite others to join them once, and they had to apply again after using it. Su Yu had accepted it just like that, and there was no response. She was a little disappointed. I don't have any other gifts, but this is for you. Su Yu handed over a piece of blue heart iron. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned, and only recognized it after a while. She said in shock, This is blue heart iron? This item was so precious that it was difficult to find it in the world. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for an ordinary person to obtain one. Only those ancient crafting families might have an extremely small number of them. Yin Yu, who was standing before her, had given one to her so casually. Noticing this scene, the pupils of the strong martial artists at the side shrank, their eyes filled with passion. Chapter 31:16. Do you dislike it? Su Yu asked, seeing that she had not moved for a long time. Lu Xiaoyu came back to her senses and shook her head. She said excitedly, No. Senior's gift is too valuable. She hurriedly caught it with both hands, feeling extremely excited. This was a top-grade material. Even a trace of it could increase the self-repair ability of a Dao artifact. She had been granted an invitation in exchange for a piece of blue heart iron. It was a huge profit. She was extremely glad that she had recognized the extraordinary nature of the senior and obtained such a treasure from him. Unknowingly, she had changed the way she addressed him as senior instead of Brother Yin Yu. It was not that she was trying to curry favor with him, but she did not dare to address him as a peer since he could casually take out a piece of blue heart iron as a gift. Keep it well, Su Yu said meaningfully. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the greedy gazes around her. Her heart tightened and she quickly put it away. Swish, not long after, another mysterious strong man landed on the island. He was covered in dazzling moonlight, carrying 9 Dao artifact swords condensed from starlight on his back. Wherever he passed, the swords whistled. In the pavilion, many strong men subconsciously covered the Dao artifacts at their waists because they found that their swords were uncontrollably gathering towards the young man. Even Su Yu couldn't help but lightly press on the Absolute Heaven Sword. For a moment, the Absolute Heaven Sword at his waist moved restlessly for a moment. Although it was only for a very short moment, it was enough to surprise Su Yu. The Absolute Heaven Sword was a sword of great malice. Apart from the Emperor, no one could make it submit. But it was responding to someone it had never met before. Whoosh! After he landed, the moonlight on his body dissipated, revealing his true form. It was a young man in a brocade robe with a sword-shaped pattern on his chest. Seeing the pattern, Su Yu suddenly understood. Mingjian Villa. This person was from the Mingjian Villa. The Mingjian Villa was the family that had forged the Absolute Heaven Sword. No wonder the Absolute Heaven Sword was responding to this person. However, he could only sense it. The Absolute Heaven Sword had killed many of the people of the Mingjian Villa. How could it really submit to them? Only those ordinary swords would be tempted by the people of the Mingjian Villa. Even the Mingjian Villa has been invited. The person in the pavilion was shocked once again. The Heaven Covering clan is determined to win. The young man in embroidered clothes restrained the moonlight on his body, and he raised his head high as he surveyed the surroundings. His expression was unable to conceal the arrogance of being superior. After all, Mingjian Villa was ranked 3rd among the sacred clans, and indeed had the right to look down on most people in the world. However, when his gaze descended onto Lu Xiaoyu, his gaze paused for a moment before a trace of delight surged onto his arrogant face. "Hey, little sister Yu." He strode forward quickly, ignoring Su Yu, who was talking to Lu Xiaoyu, and stood between the two of them. Lu Xiaoyu was also surprised. "Brother Juyue?" The young man in embroidered clothes before him was a rather famous figure in the sword Dao of the younger generation of Mingjian Villa. Not only was his ability to forge Dao swords superb, even his sword technique was unique. Du Yu, who was born in the Mirrorflower Heaven realm, had joined the nearby Six Paths Heaven Realms Human Alliance since she was young and had made a name for herself. Among the 6 heavenly sons of the Human Race Alliance, Juyue's strength could definitely be ranked in the top. At least, he was much stronger than Lu Xiaoyu. Rumor had it that his cultivation had reached the later stage of the Great Saint Realm, and he was stronger than many of the old monsters in the pavilion. "Little sister Yu, so you're here too," Juyue said delightedly. He knew that Lu Xiaoyu had a very profound background in the Human Race Alliance that ordinary people could not hope to reach. Having a good relationship with her would be of great benefit to the future. Lu Xiaoyu nodded politely, then walked past him and came to Su Yu's side. "Senior, let's go over there." He pointed to a quiet place in the distance. "Huh?" Juyue frowned and looked at Su Yu. "This is..." Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then explained helplessly, "This is Senior Yin Yu. Senior, this is Juyue from Mingjian Villa, an old acquaintance of mine from the Human Race Alliance." In fact, her relationship with Juyue wasn't that great. "Oh," Su Yu replied casually. He did not have a good impression of Mingjian Villa, who had plotted against them. Juyue sized Su Yu up, a look of suspicion on her face. "Senior." Lu Xiaoyu's abilities were at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, which was quite impressive. Since she addressed him as senior, his abilities should be at least at the middle stage or even the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. Did the person in front of her have such a cultivation? "Senior, where are you from? Is Yin Yu your name? It sounds unfamiliar." Juyue's eyes were filled with provocation. Lu Xiaoyu's expression changed. "Please watch your attitude. Do not offend senior." Looking at Lu Xiaoyu, who was so cold to her, Juyue became even more displeased. In the Human Race Alliance, Lu Xiaoyu had been on good terms with her. Now, her attitude towards him had changed drastically because of a man. "Little sister Yu, you have to keep your eyes open. There are many deceivers in this world. Don't be deceived by them," Juyue reminded her. However, in Lu Xiaoyu's ears, she was trying to sow discord between her and Senior Yin Yu. "How dare you?" Lu Xiaoyu said angrily. "Senior, do you need to deceive me? Why would a person who could casually give away blue heart iron need to deceive her? Why would he deceive her? You may know a person's face but not his heart," Juyue insisted. The people the Sky-Covering clan could invite were the people of the 3 territories near the Mirror Flower Heavenly Prince's realm. However, in his many years of traveling, he had never heard of a great saint like Yin Yu. She didn't know what method this person used to deceive Lu Xiaoyu. Clang, without another word, Lu Xiaoyu pulled out her Dao artifact and pointed it at Juyue. "Scram! Don't provoke me." Hearing that, Juyue kept his mouth shut, a hint of fear on his face. Now that the Sword Saint clan was in a precarious situation, they could not afford to offend anyone, especially the power behind Lu Xiaoyu. "Fine. I shall see when he will show his true colors." Juyue snorted coldly. He walked to the side angrily, glaring at Su Yu with a gaze full of dissatisfaction. Su Yu was speechless. He had offended someone for no reason over an insignificant woman. What an undeserved calamity. Even though this person named Juyue was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Su Yu silently closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. Lu Xiaoyu tactfully stood guard at the side. He was about to break through to the ancient saint level and was only a step away. However, he did not know when the opportunity to break through would come. Perhaps in the next moment, or perhaps in a few years' time. He did not like the feeling of not being in control. "It seems like everyone is here, haha." A day later, a voice that Su Yu found familiar finally sounded. He opened his eyes and looked over. The old lady from the Sky-Covering clan who had invited him was walking over with a walking stick. She briefly counted the people in the pavilion, and a comfortable smile spread across her aged face. Chapter 31:17. It seemed that all the people she had invited had arrived, and none of them had missed the appointment. "Old demon immortal, let's cut the crap. Shouldn't you tell us the specifics of the situation now?" said a boorish man whose face was covered in black flames. He had obviously been waiting for a long time and his patience had run out. "Yes, the task of dealing with a 10,000 saints powerhouse is beyond our capabilities. If you can't give us some assurance, I won't be able to continue participating no matter how good the conditions are, the late-stage great saint said without beating around the bush. Su Yu remembered very clearly that the old woman had said that the main force to hunt down the 10,000 Saints powerhouse was someone else. He and the other invitees were only there to support them. But even if they were to support, hunting down a 10,000 Saints powerhouse was an extremely dangerous task. If they were not careful, they would die without a burial place. Haha, don't be impatient. The old demon immortal laughed hoarsely. Her smile was strange. Her old hand took out a ball from her bosom and pinched it. Then, an image was projected into the sky. In the image, a majestic figure was surrounded by the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. It was as if he was in another world, stumbling as he walked in the void. After a few steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out turned into countless civilizations and living beings along the way. Seeing this scene, all the experts present became serious. Those who were reclining or leaning couldn't help but stand up. Pairs of eyes stared at the majestic figure without moving. Even through the image, they could feel the suffocating pressure of the 10,000 Saints powerhouse. However, they could all see that the 10,000 Saints powerhouse was in a very bad state. It seemed like he was seriously injured. The old demon immortal had a deep smile on his face. First, as you can see, the 10,000 Saints powerhouse that we are going to hunt was seriously injured when he barged into the tomb of the ultimate Emperor Lord. Otherwise, the Sky-Covering clan would never dare to target a real 10,000 Saints powerhouse. At this time, the majestic man covered in flames spoke again. Do you have any more confidence? Don't tell me that just the few of us can hunt down an injured 10,000 Saints powerhouse. Even if the 10,000 Saints powerhouse is dead and only his skeleton is left, he can still kill all of us here. As soon as he said that, many people looked at the flaming man. Even Su Yu was no exception. It seemed that this flaming man had a deep understanding of the 10,000 Saints expert. Haha, of course there's more. The old woman took out another sphere and crushed it. Another projection appeared. In the projection was an old, broken ship shuttling through the ghost fog. It let out a mighty whimpering sound as it shuttled through the boundless world. At the bow of the ship, there were two figures standing strangely. One was an incomparably stooped and shriveled old man with two ghastly green eyes and a shabby cloak. If one didn't look carefully, one would think that he had crawled out of a coffin. The other one was a righteous young man covered in milky white radiance. He carried a golden long sword on his back, and his body was as straight as an arrow. His awe-inspiring righteousness was out of tune with his surroundings. Patriarch Gari Tian, the Samsara human monarch. When the picky flaming man saw this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Human king of Samsara? The appearance of the Patriarch Gari Tian was not beyond their expectations. After all, this was a mission initiated by the Gari Tian clan to kill the 10,000 Saints experts. How could the patriarch of the Gari Tian clan not take action? However, the fact that the Samsara human monarch had been invited had completely overturned their expectations. Lu Xiaoyu, who was beside Su Yu, could not help but tremble. She was in awe and worry. Su Yu looked at the righteous figure and was slightly surprised. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be a human. Moreover, he was named after the human king. Xiaoyu, who is he? Su Yu asked. Lu Xiaoyu pursed her red lips, her eyes full of worry. He is the king of the human alliance at the reincarnation heavenly realm. People call him the Samsara human monarch. His strength should be similar to the king of the human alliance at the sixth heavenly realm. How strong is he? Su Yu asked. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know, but he has the legendary experience of fighting against the 10,000 saints without dying. Some people call him the young 10,000 saints. Young 10,000 saints. Su Yu was chased by two 10,000 saints. Not only did he survive, but he also successfully snatched the skeleton of the 10,000 saints. Oh. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He did not care. However, he had already made up his mind to refuse this operation. Su Yu, who had personally fought against the 10,000 saints, knew very well that even a severely injured and dying 10,000 saints was not someone the elder Gari Tian and the Samsara human monarch could handle. If they were the main attackers, they were destined to be annihilated. However, the old demonic fairy smiled and said, "Besides, we have a third trump card." She clapped her hands, and the two images in the air were annihilated at the same time. They then gathered together to form a hideous image of the face of an evil ghost. Seeing this image, everyone present felt extremely disgusted and uncomfortable. "This is the ultimate curse of your Gari Tian ancestor, the curse of oblivion," the great saint late-stage strong man said in horror. He took several steps back, looking extremely fearful. The rest of the people also looked horrified and pushed away. The old demonic fairy looked around and was satisfied with everyone's fearful gazes. She smiled and put her palms together. The image in the sky dissipated and collapsed. "It's just an image. The real curse of oblivion is in the hands of the elder." Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were all shocked. "You brought the curse of oblivion with you?" The burly man, who was covered in flames, asked with joy. The old demonic fairy smiled. "Of course. The 10,000 saints are not like other things. We, the Gari Tian clan, do not want to end up like this. Since we have decided to hunt this 10,000 saints strong man, of course we have to kill him in one go." The appearance of the curse of oblivion was like a reassuring pill to everyone present. What was the curse of oblivion? It was a terrible curse that the ancestors of the Gari Tian clan had used to kill a 10,000 saints strong man. It was known as the #1 curse in the world. If they asked for it, the severely injured 10,000 saints strong man would really have nowhere to run. As support, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. "It's not too late for anyone to back out," the old demonic fairy said with a smile. However, no one backed out, including Su Yu. Since the Gari Tian clan was confident of winning, why not give it a try? He wanted to know what this 10,000 saints strong man had obtained from the grave of the ultimate emperor master. Was there a shortcut to enter and exit the ultimate divine stele? It seems that no one has any objections. The old demonic fairy waved her hand. "In that case, follow me." When Su Yu was about to leave, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. When he turned his head around, he saw that it was Lu Xiaoyu. She hesitantly said, "Senior, please guide me. I will be eternally grateful, and I will surely repay you." "Huh?" Su Yu was slightly surprised. "Why do you say that?" Why did Lu Xiaoyu seem to be worried about something? Chapter 31:18. Lu Xiaoyu looked around and whispered, "Elder, you may not know this, but there has always been a legend among the humans." Su Yu listened quietly. He didn't know why, but when he heard the word legend, he remembered the Qing Emperor's last words. It is said that the ultimate human king can reach the end of the heavenly road and become the divine ancestor of the human race, comparable to the emperor of the holy mountain. Lu Xiaoyu was worried. Hearing this, Su Yu looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This was almost the same as what the Qing Emperor had said. However, the legend omitted the legacy left by the human ancestor at the end of the heavenly road. When did the legend appear? Su Yu's eyes were deep. Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Half a year ago, it suddenly spread throughout the entire Nine-Star civilization. All of the human alliance knew about this legend. Half a year ago, when he had just escaped from prison. They really want to see the world in chaos. Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold light. Without a doubt, the legend was spread by the Xiaoyaro emperors. Their purpose was to create as much trouble as possible for Su Yu to reach the heavenly road, so that he would die in the internal strife of the human alliance. "Elder, I am a close relative of one of the higher-ups in the 6 paths of human alliance. If I meet the reincarnation human king, I'm afraid I'll be in danger." Lu Xiaoyu voiced her worries. Su Yu thought for a moment. He had a soul that was close to the level of All Saints, and a strong All Saints puppet body forged from the blue heart iron puppet. When necessary, he could still use the puppet. Not to mention defeating the reincarnation human king, protecting himself and Lu Xiaoyu should be no problem. Okay. After thinking about it carefully, Su Yu felt that he was confident, so he agreed. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the elder in front of her was not comparable to the reincarnation human king, he could at least protect her. Let's go. We can't be left alone. Lu Xiaoyu pointed to the people who were rising into the sky. Su Yu nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, a muffled sound like thunder came from his abdomen. A ball of golden light penetrated his abdomen and penetrated the soul energy on the surface of his body. How could such a strange movement escape the senses of the people present? They all looked over. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? Yes, outside the golden light, inside the Gari Jiao mansion. This is a breakthrough to the ancient saint realm, the strong man covered in black flames said suspiciously. The rest of the people looked confused. Su Yu used his soul to block off all probing in the surroundings, causing people to feel that he was an old monster with an unfathomable cultivation. Yet, he had only managed to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. This was truly astounding. Is there a mistake? The person who casually gave out a piece of blue heart metal hasn't even reached ancient sage yet? Old demon immortal couldn't have invited someone who wasn't even an ancient sage to help, right? They didn't want to believe what was happening in front of them, but the increasingly dazzling golden light that gradually dispersed their soul force dispelled their suspicions. The person before him was indeed not some powerful senior. Instead, he was just an insignificant cultivator who had yet to make a breakthrough to ancient sage. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Amidst the shock, a young man's loud laughter resounded throughout the pavilion. Du Yu held his stomach and laughed loudly. He pointed at Su Yu and said, I told you that I had never heard of any Inu. Xiao Yu, not only did you not believe me, you even drew your sword against me because of him. I've said it before, he'll show his roundness sooner or later. Little Yu, do you see that? This is the senior you want to curry favor with, ha ha ha. Du Yu felt unusually comfortable, unprecedentedly comfortable. Especially when he looked at Lu Xiaoyu, whose face was gradually turning pale, he felt even more carefree. Lu Xiaoyu clenched her fists tightly and looked straight at Su Yu. The remaining disbelief in her eyes disappeared completely after the soul energy around Su Yu's body was completely dispersed. With her great saint cultivation, she could already tell what it meant when Su Yu couldn't suppress his breakthrough. Are you lying to me? Lu Xiaoyu was furious. She felt that she had been deceived. She was a dignified great saint, but she had been fooled like a fool. Not only had she offended the powerful Du Yu, but she had also condescended to curry favor with him. But the cruel reality was that Du Yu was merely a middle-stage heaven lawmaster, whose strength was far below hers. Recalling all her actions, she was so ashamed and resentful that she wanted to find a crack to hide in and never come out again. Su Yu turned a blind eye to the reactions of the outside world. He was extremely excited. After so many years, the opportunity for a breakthrough had finally appeared. I didn't say anything about my cultivation. You were just being presumptuous. Su Yu gave her a brief reply and immediately began setting up the formation in preparation for a breakthrough. Lu Xiaoyu clenched her fists so tightly that her fingers dug into her palms. The adoration, admiration, trust, and joy just now had all turned into hatred. You shameless liar, I hate you. Su Yu scowled and said coldly, before I go back on my word, wait quietly by the side. If there's any trouble, I can still fulfill my promise and save you once. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Her laughter was unusually shrill. She pointed at her own nose and screamed hysterically, Yin Yu, what do you take me for? A fool. A young cultivator who was about to break through to the ancient saint level, had the audacity to say that he would save her once in the future. Did he really think she was a fool who could be easily deceived? Lu Xiaoyu felt like she was being deeply insulted. She pointed a trembling finger at Su Yu. I, Lu Xiaoyu, don't need your protection. Leave your so-called protection to others. I was blind to have come to you. Lu Xiaoyu turned around and left resolutely. Her face was full of bitterness, and the gentleness she had when they first met were nowhere to be found. Su Yu said nothing, but silently crossed off his promise to save her life. If she didn't need it, what was the point of keeping it? What should we do? Wait for him to break through to the ancient saint level? The many strong men looked at each other. The old Mortian looked at Su Yu meaningfully and said, leave him to break through on his own. We will go ahead and gather at the ambush point. It'll be best if he can make it in time, but if he can't, it doesn't matter if we lose him. Su Yu was personally invited by the old Mortian, and the old Mortian was well aware of his strength. However, there were many strong men here, and Su Yu's presence made no difference. That's true. We have a heavy responsibility, and we can't waste it on a little middle-stage master of the heavenly law. Let's go, let's go. Don't waste time. The people urged each other and left with the old Mortian. But before they left, many of them looked at Su Yu out of the corner of their eyes. Everyone present remembered that Su Yu had casually given away a piece of blue heart iron. From the way he had acted, it seemed like he had more than one piece of blue heart iron with him. Greed was the original sin of all living creatures. It was especially so for people or things that one shouldn't be greedy for. Chapter 31:19. After they left, the little skeleton emerged from the dark and looked in the direction where the crowd had left. He said gloatingly, "Young master, you seem to be in trouble." How could Su Yu not know that he had been targeted? And there would be a lot of them. If they want to die, what can I do? Su Yu said helplessly. Even though he was in the critical period of his breakthrough, he was not someone who could be targeted by anyone. Among that group of people, apart from the old man in the late stage of the Great Saint realm and the burly man covered in flames, Su Yu was wary of the others. Hehe, that's true. They'd better be sensible and not come back to cause trouble. Otherwise, they'll be miserable. The little skeleton stood in front of Su Yu and temporarily protected him. Su Yu, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The power of the heavenly law master in his body quickly filled the 800 Taoist marks in his body. The Taoist marks glowed brightly and were extremely dazzling. As far as the eye could see, there were 800 bright scars on Su Yu's chest, which were exceptionally peculiar. In contrast to the dazzling brilliance, the sky had darkened. Layers of dark clouds of unknown origin gathered together and enveloped the entire sky. The little skeleton, who was leisurely walking, was startled. He opened his eyes wide and said, "Are you kidding me? You're only at the first stage of breaking through from the middle stage of the heavenly law master to the late stage. Why would the heavenly tribulation come?" He looked at the sky dumbfoundedly and then looked at Su Yu. "Young master, did you steal the emperor's wife? Is that why they hate you so much? I've lived for a long time, and I've learned a lot today. I can't believe someone would encounter the heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the ancient saint realm." Su Yu looked up at the sky and then lowered his head expressionlessly. He continued to prepare for the breakthrough as if nothing had happened. "The heavenly tribulation, I'm used to it." For others, the heavenly tribulation meant death, but for Su Yu, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Ever since he started cultivating, he had experienced the heavenly tribulation every time he broke through. Used to it. The little skeleton stared at Su Yu with his eyes wide open. What on earth had he experienced to describe the heavenly tribulation so casually? Rumble. Right at that moment, thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Flashes of burning lightning flickered in the clouds. Su Yu's breakthrough had officially begun. The most important thing for the master of the Heaven Dao to break through from the intermediate stage to the advanced stage, which was also known as the Ancient Sage, was to convert the Dao marks in his body into an orb of sage mark. The orb of sage mote was a vessel for storing ancient sage energy. In terms of stored power, it was more than 10 times that of a middle stage lord of the Heaven Dao. Those people dared to look down on Su Yu because the middle stage master of the Heaven Law was 10 times stronger than the ancient saints. Moreover, many of them had already reached the level of great saints. At this moment, 800 Dao marks burst forth with bright radiance. The radiance became more and more dazzling, and finally, it was so glaring that one could not look straight at it. As far as the eye could see, it looked like a giant sphere. Under the effect of the abundant power, the Dao marks were bending and intersecting with each other, turning into a circular state. However, this process was abnormally slow. The little skeleton used his powerful eyesight to see through the light and see the essence. "My dear uncle, 800 Dao marks." Little skeleton was shocked. An ordinary person would be considered pretty good if they had 100 Dao marks. If they had more than 200 Tao marks, they would be considered a heaven's pride. If they had 300 Tao marks, they would be considered a super heaven's pride. But how much did Su Yu have? 800. A whole 800 Tao marks. Did you grow up in a jar of Tao marks? Little Skeleton asked incredulously. He could not help but shake his head in amazement. Then, he became serious again. The more Tao marks, the more difficult it is to condense the pearl of the divine mark. The principle of condensing the pearl of the divine mark was to weave all the Tao marks together to form a sphere. The fewer the Tao marks, the easier it would be to successfully weave it. Conversely, it was not the case. Su Yu had 800 Tao marks. How difficult would it be to weave them into a pearl of the divine mark? Just thinking about it was suffocating. If Su Yu did not have enough energy in his body, the Tao marks would not be able to be transformed. Thinking of this, the little skeleton could not help but sweat for Su Yu. My goodness, you really know how to surprise people. 800 Tao marks. Even the Ren ancestor did not have such an exaggerated number back then. You must succeed. If you can't break through this time, it will be a big joke. If he could not break through this time, part of the Tao marks in his body would be transformed into the divine mark, while the rest would remain Tao marks and be stuck in the breakthrough stage. In this way, he would never be able to break through again. His cultivation would be forever stuck in the breakthrough stage. The Qing Emperor had endured for an era, and the successor that the Ren ancestor had high hopes for. If he could not even break through to the ancient saint level, everything would be over. Fortunately, Su Yu's cultivation was steady, and he had accumulated sufficient energy. Therefore, the Tao marks were bending in an orderly manner and condensing into a sphere. There was nothing out of the ordinary, which made the little skeleton feel much better. Time passed slowly. The sphere in his abdomen was finally taking shape. The pearl of the divine mark was about to take shape. However, right at this moment, an accident occurred. The Tao marks stopped changing and gradually became motionless. The little skeleton's heart sank. As expected, it has come. The most difficult part of condensing the pearl of the divine mark was usually at the end. When the energy in the body was exhausted, the pearl of the divine mark would most likely stop condensing. Su Yu had activated 800 Tao marks at the same time, which consumed an unprecedented amount of energy. The fact that he had stopped at this point was already because Su Yu's energy was extraordinarily vigorous. If it had been someone else, they would have been forced to stop shortly after starting. The little skeleton's heart sank. It's over, it's all over. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from the sky. It was the heavenly tribulation that had seized the opportunity to attack. An electric dragon condensed from thousands of lightning bolts swooped down, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The power of the electric dragon was no less than the ultimate blow of a great saint, later stage strong man. The earth in all directions would certainly be reduced to scorched earth by this blow. The little skeleton saw it and was anxious. This was the critical moment of Su Yu's breakthrough, and he couldn't spare any time to help. If he was struck without any defense, he would undoubtedly die. Forget it, give up quickly. It's too late for the breakthrough, the little skeleton reminded him with a sigh. But Su Yu remained motionless. Rumble. The electric dragon arrived in an instant and soon reached the top of Su Yu's head. Now, it was difficult for him to dodge it even if he wanted to. What are you doing? Defend yourself. The little skeleton reminded him anxiously. The heavenly tribulation was not something that outsiders could interfere with. Otherwise, it would produce a heavenly tribulation that was 10 times greater. Su Yu would die even more thoroughly then. But Su Yu did not seem to hear it. He allowed the thunder and lightning to rumble down and envelop him in a sea of thunder and fire. No. The little skeleton let out a cry. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The descendant of the human ancestor, the future hope of the human race, and the future hope of the great beginning realm, was he going to perish under the heavenly tribulation just like that? Chapter 31:20. What are you shouting for? Be quiet. However, just as the little skeleton was shouting in despair, a powerful voice came from within the destructive thunder and fire. Then, in its blurry vision, a person slowly stood up from within the thunder and fire. It was Su Yu. The pearl of the sage mark had reached its limit. The energy that had been accumulated in his body for so many years could no longer be condensed. However, the energy inside his body was gone, but not outside his body. He looked up at the vast void and laughed. How many years has it been? Haven't you seen it clearly? The ordeal is my opportunity. When had Su Yu not passed the ordeal successfully in the end? Moreover, he had reaped great benefits as a result. The destiny of the world is not in the hands of the holy mountain alone. I, Su Yu, want a share. He shouted and raised his right hand. His 5 fingers turned into claws that were as sharp as swords as he ruthlessly tore at his own abdomen. With a terrible sound of flesh being torn apart, Su Yu's abdomen was torn open, revealing the situation inside. Wrapped within his internal organs, a pearl that had been condensed halfway was emitting a gradually weakening glow. Use the ordeal to temper the body, use difficulties to temper the soul, Su Yu yelled. The thunder and fire around him seemed to have found a vent. They gave up attacking his body and soul and turned to attack the seemingly fragile pearl of the sage mark. Boom! A wisp of thunder and fire rushed over, but was instantly absorbed by the pearl of the sage mark. Seeing this, the little skeleton was dumbfounded. Lunatic! What a lunatic! He wants to use the ordeal to condense the pearl of the sage mark. It shuddered. Looking at the tiny Su Yu in the thunder and fire, it had extremely complicated emotions. It felt that he was an irrational lunatic, but at the same time, it felt a surge of emotion and admiration. Staring at Su Yu, it felt as if it was looking at the Ren Zhu of the past. Throughout the era, the only person who had been so wild and unbridled was Su Yu, apart from the Ren Zhu. Even the 7 disciples who followed the Ren Zhu back then did not have such courage. But, if the power of the ordeal exceeds the limits of the pearl of the sage mark, it will be destroyed and the person will die. The little skeleton was experienced and knew that things were not looking good. The pearl of the sage mark had been attracted by the ordeal. If it could not absorb the power of the ordeal before the ordeal ended, it would mean death. Ha ha ha. Come again. Su Yu's hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Only his eyes, which seemed to be able to see through the world, were extremely bright. That was because the bead of sage mark had indeed become brighter after absorbing a trace of thunder fire. This showed that this method was definitely feasible. His words seemed to have infuriated the thunder fire. More thunder fire swept over in a frenzy, intending to extinguish the pearl of sage mark in its infancy. However, they were like clay oxen entering the sea. No matter how many there were, they were all absorbed by the pearl of sage mark, leaving nothing behind. On the other hand, the pearl of the sage mark was glowing brighter and brighter. It was even more dazzling than when it was in Su Yu's abdomen. The condensation that had stopped actually started again. Hundreds of Dao marks continued to bend and converge into a ball shape. Rumble, within the boundless dark clouds, heavenly thunder rumbled. It was as if the will of the unseen world was stirred up, and an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation descended. Kyla 8 different colored lightning bolts descended on the ancient land at the same time. They struck the mountains and the earth, burning everything nearby into scorched earth. After landing on the ground, the 8 lightning bolts intersected with each other and condensed into an 8-colored human figure. Su Yu was very familiar with that shadow. Because it was him. The heavenly tribulation of a 9-star civilization is indeed extraordinary, Su Yu murmured softly. Because of the isolation of the Black Abyss, the power of the heavenly tribulation of a 9-star civilization was greatly reduced when it came to an 8-star civilization. Normally, there would only be one heavenly tribulation, and there would be no more after that. However, the one in front of him was obviously not the case. Not only did it occur more times, but it also had memories and could condense into an image of Su Yu's previous tribulations. Heaven defying, heaven and earth punishment. The 8-colored Su Yu's palm rotated, and a small cauldron appeared. The 8 dragons on the cauldron swirled restlessly, representing the rules. Time, set. The 8-colored Su Yu shouted softly. Su Yu immediately felt the powerful rules of time descend, freezing the time around him. Space collapse. Then, the 8-colored Su Yu said again. The space around Suyu began to collapse irreversibly. Ha ha. Suyu laughed without saying a word. With a light tap of his toes, time and space were all destroyed. Showing off before an expert, Suyu stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Nonchalantly, he said, "I'm playing with what's left. Don't embarrass yourself with it." He had already condensed the so-called 8 great rules into the domain, and the soul domain had reached its peak. Time, life, soul, death. The 8-colored Suyu ignored him. With a flick of his fingers, the 8 great rules appeared one after another and attacked Suyu. Suyu smiled disdainfully and took a step forward. Invisible soul ripples suddenly surged like a tsunami. The 8-colored Suyu sensed it and immediately released a layer of gray, viscous energy. Creak. With a soft sound, Suyu's powerful soul attack was blocked by the viscous energy. Is this the disastrous power? Suyu's eyes darkened. The disastrous power should be a very special power among all things. It was neither the power of martial path nor the power of the domain, but a kind of overriding power used to punish all things in the world. But, so what? Suyu took a step forward and displayed the space domain, reducing the distance between them from 100,000 feet to just 10 feet. The 8-colored Suyu's mind changed, and the viscous energy on the surface of his body immediately erupted, pouncing toward Suyu. Suyu snorted coldly. "I'll teach you how to treat me." He raised his hand and grasped. The 8 great domains appeared in his palm at the same time, condensing into a 3-feet-long claw that pressed toward the 8-colored Suyu fiercely. The viscous energy that pounced toward him rolled back, pressing the 8-colored Suyu's body until it was illusory. The latter still wanted to resist, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron in his hand smashed toward him. Suyu did not hesitate. He pulled out the absolute heaven sword and stabbed forward. Creak. Even the divine 9-dragon cauldron was pierced by the sword. The disastrous power immediately flowed out of the 8-colored Suyu's wound. He immediately retreated, preparing to escape. But how could Suyu allow him to escape? The claw that had been raised viciously grabbed at the thunder-lightning Suyu, dispersing the calamity power around him and capturing him. "That's all you've got," Suyu said disdainfully. Then, he opened his mouth and crushed the thunderbolt Suyu into threads of disastrous thunder, swallowing it in one gulp. The little skeleton was confused and looked at the scene in a daze. Eating disastrous thunder. Oh my dear granduncle, what kind of young master did the Qing Emperor find for me? Throughout the ages, this was the first time he had heard of someone eating disastrous thunder, and the first time he had seen it. However, this great supplement. No, after eating the disastrous thunder, the pearl of the sage mark in Suyu's abdomen condensed at a faster speed. After a long while, a total of 800 Taoist marks were all bent and converged into a ball. The pearl of the sage mark was condensed. However, the dark clouds in the sky did not disperse. Instead, they became even gloomier. Rumble. Another 8 thunderbolts descended. No, not 8. Because the thunderbolts continued, one after another. 8 thunderbolts formed a group, constantly descending on the ground. Rumble. The thunderbolts lasted for a full minute, and heaven and earth were shattered. Hundreds of thunderbolts descended on the tribulation crossing field. Among them, every 8 thunderbolts merged into one, condensing into an 8-colored Suyu that was exactly the same as the one just now. 2 o'clock in the evening. M. Chapter 31-21. Oh my God. The little skeleton had goosebumps all over his body. It's all a mess. One eats the heavenly punishment, and the other scatters it like it's nothing. The little skeleton felt that he had seen countless absurd things while following the Qing Emperor. However, following Suyu still shocked him. The intensity of the heavenly punishment had completely surpassed the heavenly punishment for breaking through to the ancient saint realm. It was a rare heavenly punishment for breaking through to the great saint realm. Only those geniuses of the great saints and Evilders would be able to enjoy such extraordinary treatment. But what was Suyu's cultivation? The heavens really wanted to toy with Suyu and prevent him from breaking through. Heaven-defying, heaven and earth punishment. 108-colored Suyu surrounded Suyu like the stars surrounding the moon. Pairs of eyes surrounded by thunder and lightning stared at Su Yu disdainfully. Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at the sky. It's too late. Holding the Absolute Heaven Sword, he had never felt so relaxed. With a clang, the Absolute Heaven Sword swept out, and a completely materialized sword wave radiated in all directions with him as the center. The stronger the cultivation, the more power the Absolute Heaven Sword could unleash. After breaking through to the ancient saint realm, the power of the Pathmaster in Su Yu's body was more than twice what it used to be. One could imagine the power of the sword. Boom. Boom. Along the way, heaven and earth could not withstand the ravages of the sword wave, and everything collapsed, revealing bits and pieces of nothingness. This was a 9-star civilization, and the hardness of the earth was incomparable to that of an 8-star civilization. Even a great saint later stage strong man could not create nothingness. The power of this sword could be said to be an attack from a peak great saint. Boom. The sword wave spread, covering thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, shattering everything within its range into dust. No, even dust would be shaken twice or thrice by the sword wave, and finally reduced to nothingness. The 100 Su Yu were no exception. They did not even have time to react before they were shattered into pieces by the sword wave. Su Yu opened his mouth and inhaled. A vast force swept over, absorbing the lightning all over the ground. At the same time, countless sticky tribulation powers were also sucked away. Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? The little skeleton hurriedly called out. Su Yu had successfully broken through to the ancient saint realm, and the pearl of the sage mark had been completely condensed. Why would Su Yu absorb the disastrous powers and thunder? Wouldn't that be superfluous and destroy the pearl of sage mark that he had just condensed? Su Yu ignored her and continued to absorb the disastrous power and thunder fire that filled the sky. As they neared Su Yu, they attacked the pearl of the sage mark as if they had been entrusted with a mission, attempting to destroy it. The little skeleton covered its face. It couldn't bear to watch. It really didn't know what was wrong with Su Yu's head to make him do such a stupid thing. No matter how strong Su Yu's pearl of the sage mark was formed from 800 Taoist marks, it was impossible for it to withstand the attack of 800 disastrous thunders at the same time. However, the little skeleton had obviously underestimated Su Yu. The orb of sage mark in his abdomen shot out 800 domains, which gathered into a huge cage, sealing the devastating tribulation lightning and tribulation power. Then, the 800 domains began to compress the tribulation power and tribulation lightning into a ball. From 100,000 feet to 1,000 feet, from 1,000 feet to 100 feet, and from 100 feet to 100 feet. Finally, it shrank from 10 jong to 1 jong. The extremely dense tribulation lightning and tribulation power were compressed to the extreme and condensed into a nearly liquefied sphere. The little skeleton was stunned. Is this possible? He stared at the sphere and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If so many disastrous powers and disastrous thunders were to explode all of a sudden, no one below the level of a 10,000 saint would be able to withstand it. Hey, what are you trying to do? The little skeleton asked. Su Yu stared at the sphere that had been compressed into a liquid state, his eyes flashing with a horrified light. I'm trying something. As he spoke, a 9-colored oil lamp appeared on top of Su Yu's head, and a humongous, towering shadow slowly appeared behind him. After it appeared, a pair of giant hands that could shake the stars grabbed the sphere and continued to compress it. The sphere immediately emitted a sound of being overwhelmed. The 800 domains that bound the disastrous powers and disastrous thunders also showed signs of instability, as if they were about to shatter. The little skeleton couldn't help but retreat, his eyelids twitching as he stared at what Su Yu was doing. Amid his endless worry, the sphere flickered and became smaller and smaller, but it didn't break as he had imagined. When the hands of the giant shadow had compressed it to the limit, the sphere had shrunk to the size of a foot. Su Yu still wasn't satisfied. He pressed his palm on the stone heart on his chest, and the powerful chaotic energy flowed out, turning into another palm that grasped the foot-wide sphere. Sizzle. The sphere was overwhelmed, and tiny cracks appeared on it. It was on the verge of exploding. However, under the compression of the 800 domains, the power of the holy mortal body, and the chaotic energy, The power could not self-destruct and could only continue to be compressed. In the end, the liquefied disastrous powers and disastrous thunders were forcibly compressed into an unprecedented solid state. The foot-wide sphere was finally compressed to the size of an inch. Its size was exactly the same as the pearl of divine mark, only then did Su Yu retract the holy mortal body and the chaotic energy. He looked down at the two round pearls of the same size in front of his abdomen. With a swipe of his palm, he kept the two round pearls back into his abdomen. Then, with a shift of his mind, he quickly recovered from his injuries with his strong physique. Seeing that he was safe, the little skeleton ran back immediately. My little master is wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. The little skeleton's longing for you is like the waters of the Milky Way, never ending. Su Yu waved his hand and interrupted him. I remember that you are quite good at taking a beating. His eyes sized up the little skeleton calmly. Back in the prison, the terrifying waters of the yellow spring had overflowed, and any strong man who came into contact with it would be corroded into water. The little skeleton was the only one who didn't care and survived the attack of the evil corpse of the old woman guarding the lowest level without any fear. Now that Su Yu had broken through to the ancient saint level and had successfully refined the heavens test into a mysterious pearl, it would be a pity if he didn't test his true strength at this moment. With the little skeleton's ability to take a beating, it was the perfect test subject. Hey, what's with that look? The little skeleton couldn't help but cover its anus. Are women not fun, or men aren't attractive enough? Why are you coveting a lion's anus? Poof! The pearl of sage mark that Su Yu had just condensed was almost shattered. He had no more worries, and his eyes became unfathomable. Little skeleton, I have a great mission for you. In this world, only you are qualified to take on it. However, the little skeleton was more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox. It shook its head and said, Do I have a choice? Su Yu smiled. Yes, and you have two choices. First, accept the mission, and let me beat you up. Second, don't accept the mission, and let me beat you up. So, which one do you choose? The little skeleton's face was as stiff as a stone statue. Its mouth twitched. Little master, can you tell me the difference between the two choices? Chapter 31:22. Of course, there's no difference. Su Yu was exceptionally honest as he stared at the little skeleton. Tell me, which one do you choose? The little skeleton rolled his eyes and started running. As he ran, he looked back and grinned. Only a fool would choose. His movement techniques were far superior to Su Yu's. Could he catch up with him? In the blink of an eye, the little skeleton had disappeared without a trace. Not even a shadow could be found. Su Yu stood where he was, with no intention of chasing after him. The faint smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful look. He looked sideways at a certain stone and said, I'm the only one left. Why don't you show yourself? He was looking at a place that did not move. There was no one suspicious at all. Su Yu raised his finger. An obscure power pulsed between his fingers. He then flicked his finger. The power pierced through the endless space and reached the stone. With a dull thud, a figure suddenly leaped out from behind the stone. He hurriedly extinguished the obscure power that had accidentally contaminated his body. His expression was grave. This person's body was burning with flickering flames. It was the fiery brawny man who had repeatedly questioned the Gatian clan. He raised his eyes and stared at Su Yu, a hint of hesitation in them. You can make your move now, Su Yu said calmly. He had sent the little skeleton away so that he could meet this person alone. The fiery brawny man sized Su Yu up, a hint of fear lingering in his eyes. He had only arrived halfway and had just witnessed Su Yu devouring the entire heavenly disaster and refining it into his pearl of the sage mark. This scene made him, a great saint late-stage expert, tremble with fear. Since ancient times, no one had dared to devour the heavenly disaster, let alone refine it into their second pearl of the sage mark. Just hearing about it sent shivers down his spine. However, he could be sure that the other party had only broken through to the ancient saint level. His cultivation level was indeed very low. Hand over all your blue heart iron, and we'll mind our own business from now on, the fiery brawny man said fiercely after calming himself down. The flames on his body expanded to 3 times their original height with a bang. His aura was exceptionally frightening. I'll bully you first, and then we'll have a friendly relationship from then on, right? Suyu chuckled. Where did he get his confidence from? Did he think Suyu was gullible or easy to bully? I'm afraid it's both. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the fiery man said coldly. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Suyu stood his ground and said, then come and kill me. I will stand here and not move. The flaming brawny man gritted his teeth. Since he had made up his mind to get the blue heart metal, he had no hesitation. Unfortunately, if he had hesitated a little longer, he might have been able to save his life. You're seeking death. You're just an ancient saint. No matter how strange you are, how strong can you be? The fiery brawny man opened his mouth and shouted. A long fire dragon shot out from his mouth and shot toward Suyu. The power of this flame was quite extraordinary. It was almost on par with the tribulation fire from before. However, Suyu had even eaten the disastrous fire. How could the ordinary fire in front of him hurt him? Playing with fire? Suyu looked at the surging flames and muttered, in the past, I also cultivated secret techniques related to flames. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little emotional. He raised his finger and pointed at the oncoming flames, an obscure power surging from his fingertip. That power was all tribulation power, and then it turned into a grayish-black flame. It was like a landslide that rushed out crazily. The opponent's ordinary fire could not even put up a fight against the overwhelming disastrous fire. It was like a flame that had encountered water and was extinguished on the spot. Seeing this, the fiery brawny man was shocked. He stood up hurriedly and the flames on his body expanded several times, forming a giant wall of flames that was as tall as 10 people. However, in front of the disastrous fire, the wall of flames melted rapidly as if it were made of snow. The fiery brawny man's heart thumped wildly. He was shocked. How is this possible? You can already use the disastrous fire. At first, he did not understand why Suyu had refined the disastrous fire into the divine mark pearl. Now, he finally understood that Suyu was using it as a container to store the disastrous power, just like the divine mark pearl. You've already discovered it, but you still dare to come forward. I admire your courage, Suyu said calmly. The fiery brawny man's eyebrows began to twitch. The shadow of death was like a giant palm that was squeezing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He knew that if he did not leave now, he might really lose his life here. All flames returned to origin, 8 desolations, and earth cracking. As a strong man of the Flame Saint clan, the fiery brawny man naturally had his own powerful secret technique. He slammed his palms on the ground fiercely. The earth rumbled and shook violently, and countless cracks appeared. Streaks of flames spurted out from the cracks like pillars, propping up the collapsing world. The disastrous fire that was pressing down was also forcefully pushed up. Seizing the opportunity, the fiery brawny man turned around and fled without any hesitation. Unfortunately, it was obviously too late for him to escape now. Suyu's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed the fiery brawny man across the air. He could faintly feel a strong heartbeat in his palm. The fiery brawny man could clearly feel a faintly discernible disastrous power tugging at his heart. He turned around and looked at Suyu with an extremely ugly expression. He shook his head and pleaded, "No. I beg you." Suyu remained silent and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Inside the fiery brawny man's body, near the heart, a mass of obscure energy condensed into Suyu's claw. He squeezed it hard and crushed the heart. Disastrous power was everywhere and omnipresent. Space could not withstand the disastrous power. Looking at the fiery brawny man's body that was slowly falling to the ground, Suyu walked forward and murmured, "There is no medicine for regret in this world. If there was, I would have drunk it a long time ago." Even Suyu himself had spent many years regretting his actions. For example, Xiana's death and his encounter with Jingyu. With a slight sigh, Suyu found the space storage device and searched it briefly. He ignored everything else. Only a seed that was burning with flames was emitting a warm and holy aura. It was placed in the deepest part of the storage device by the fiery brawny man. Moreover, it was sealed in the 9 seals, which made it extremely precious. What is this? Suyu observed it curiously. He did not know what the seed could grow, but judging from its aura, the thing that would grow would at least be at the level of a great saint. Can a seed give birth to a powerful creature? Suyu was puzzled. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the little skeleton ran back hurriedly. He shouted furiously from afar, who dares to bully my master? If you want to bully him, you'll have to step over my dead body first." It rushed over in one breath, speaking righteously and shouting with awe-inspiring righteousness. People who did not know the truth might think that he was loyal to his master. "Finally, you are willing to come back?" Suyu asked calmly. The little skeleton said calmly, "What are you talking about?" I went to scout for information about the enemy for my master." Chapter 31:23. Suyu rolled his eyes at him and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he put away the seed of unknown origin in his hand. However, when the little skeleton saw it, it couldn't help but mutter, "The holy infant fire seed, which was extinct in the last era, still exists." Suyu was startled and asked, "Do you know it?" The little skeleton nodded. "Of course." It pointed at the fire seed and said, "This is a good thing. Although it's not very precious, it's rare. In the current era, there shouldn't be many of them. Even if there are, they're kept by those old monsters and can't be sold. Its function is very simple. It's to brew a new body," the little skeleton said. "As long as you use your own blood to water it day after day, when the seed finally blossoms and bears fruit, it will grow into a perfect body." Suyu suddenly felt that its function was very weak. This thing might be useful for low-level martial artists, but when we reach a realm where we can create a body out of thin air, it's meaningless. With just a thought, he could create a body. Why would he need to expend mental energy and energy? The little skeleton shook its head and stared at the holy infant fire seed with envy. "If you don't want it, you can give it to me. The body that grows from this seed can inherit everything from the body. Moreover, the body will be very pure, without any impurities." Suyu's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but think. His current body was quite awkward. At the same time, he had a part of Mirrorflower Heaven's body and his own female body. Even if he had the opportunity to get the Yin-Yang Gate and return to his original body, he might not be able to get rid of Mirrorflower Heaven. As long as her heart was in his body, she might take the opportunity to devour him. The returning ruins god tablet in his body could not possibly stay by his side to suppress her forever. If one day it was lost, wouldn't it be a disaster for him? "Let me try." Suyu tore open the seal. A holy aura 100 times stronger than before gushed out, and Suyu couldn't help but dodge. Not only was the seed holy, but it was also full of unprecedented vitality, like a living creature that could be born at any time. Suyu thought about it and tried to take out a drop of his blood essence and drip it on the holy infant fire seed. However, while the blood essence was still in the air, tendrils of air currents stretched out from the fire seed and wrapped around the drop of blood. Then, through the tentacles, it absorbed the energy bit by bit. During the absorption process, the impurities in the blood were also removed. After all, Suyu didn't really care about it. What really surprised him was that after the holy body's power and chaotic power were absorbed, they fused together naturally and were stored in the holy infant's flame seed. How could this be? Suyu was in disbelief. Although Suyu could use the holy body power and the chaotic power, it didn't mean that he could fuse the two powers. One was a saint physique while the other was a primal chaos. They should have repelled each other. However, after being absorbed by the holy nascent fire seed, those energies actually fused together, forming a new and unprecedented power. "Incredible!" Suyu exclaimed in admiration. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the Creator. Natural things could actually fuse two completely opposite forces. After that, Suyu observed it carefully and was even more surprised to find that the various domain forces in its body were also being integrated continuously. It was as if all paths were becoming one. If it was watered every day, the body that was born at the last moment would be an invincible holy body that no one had ever seen before or since. The moment this body was born, it had the cultivation of a great saint. Not only that, but it also had the domain of returning to one, which had never been seen before. It also had the holy body and chaotic power, a brand new power after the fusion of the two strongest forces of the world. It wasn't hard to imagine that the hardness of Mirrorflower Heaven's body would be transferred to the new body. What did you do? Suddenly, Suyu felt a piercing pain in his mind. Suyu covered his head and recognized the voice of Mirrorflower Heaven. He couldn't help but be shocked. Wasn't Mirrorflower Heaven suppressed by the divine tablet of the returning ruins? How could it still be consciously transmitted to his mind? He tried to pick up the divine tablet of the returning ruins. Sure enough, the suppressed Mirrorflower Heaven spoke again. However, in contrast to Mirrorflower Heaven's calmness, she seemed to be a little flustered and afraid at the moment. She shouted anxiously, "Are you fighting with a powerful enemy?" Suyu's heart skipped a beat and he pretended to say, "Yes." "Damn it. You better protect your heart for me. Don't let it suffer any more damage." Mirrorflower Heaven roared. "Huh!" Suyu returned the divine tablet of the returning ruins and suppressed it again. At the same time, he immediately checked his heart. When he saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. His stone heart was missing a small piece. At the same time, Suyu felt an inexplicable sense of weakness, as if he had lost a lot of things. Hey, you have to be careful," the little skeleton reminded him. "When the Holy Infant Fire Seed absorbs your blood essence, it is also absorbing everything in your body, including all kinds of magical secret techniques and even your cultivation." "What?" Suyu immediately took out the Son of Heaven's oil lamp and saw that the lamp had dimmed a little. No wonder the stone heart was missing a piece. It turned out that the Holy Infant Fire Seed was indiscriminately absorbing everything in Suyu, including these two things. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Suyu wanted to slap the little skeleton. The latter looked aggrieved. "You didn't ask. You." Suyu was both angry and helpless. Looking at the Holy Infant Fire Seed, which had obviously grown larger, he asked, "How long will it take to give birth to a new body?" The little skeleton counted with its claws and said, "Let me see. About an era." Bang! Suyu really slapped it with his palm, and the little skeleton was thrown off its feet. An era? What kind of joke was this? How could he wait that long? Moreover, he could imagine that the more blood essence he was given, the weaker he would become. But now, in his situation, the more powerful the enemies he would encounter, the more dangerous the environment he would be in. If I stop giving it blood essence, what will happen to it? Suyu was a little reluctant. The little skeleton rubbed its head. It really did not feel any pain. Of course it will die. It's fine if you don't touch it. It can survive for 2 eras as a seed, but once it is watered with blood essence, it must be watered every other day. Otherwise, it will rapidly wither and die. The little skeleton looked regretful. "I'm afraid there are only a few of these seeds, and there won't be any more in the future." Suyu's expression kept changing. Rapidly wither? He could predict that in the future, if the seed was successfully nurtured, it would give birth to a very frightening body. That might be the only way for Suyu to get rid of Heaven's mirror flower. It would be a pity to give up just like that. But he would continue to be weak. What should he do then? After thinking about it, there was only one way. Keep getting stronger. Get stronger every day. As long as the daily gains were greater than the losses, he would not fall into a state of weakness. Of course, the only downside was that Suyu's strength would grow slower than ordinary people. Unless Suyu was far more hardworking than ordinary people. Chapter 31-24. For a new body, I'll go all out. Suyu gritted his teeth and made his choice. He put away the Holy Infant Fire Seed and examined the body of the fiery man again. Strange, if the Holy Infant Fire Seed is so precious, how did it end up in his hands? The little skeleton also understood and looked puzzled. Yes, the Holy Infant Fire Seed is something that all the 10,000 saints dream of. But how did it end up in this little shrimp's body? That's not right. The more he understood, the more he realized how terrifying the Holy Infant Fire Seed was. This thing should not have appeared in the hands of a great saint. How did he get it? There's something strange about this. Su Yu was deep in thought. With a flick of his finger, he burned the fiery man's body and looked in the direction where the crowd had left. Forget it. How he got it has nothing to do with us. The most important thing now is to hunt down that seriously injured 10,000 saints, Su Yu murmured. He really wanted to know what kind of shocking item the heavily injured myriad saint expert had brought out from the Sinkhole Emperor Lord's tomb. But he wanted to know how to get in and out of the tomb. Swoosh! Su Yu rode on the little skeleton and chased after them. 1 month later. In front of the ruins, Su Yu finally caught up with the large group that had left earlier. Look! That brat is back, a great saint expert exclaimed. Oh! Has he broken through to the ancient saint level? Haha, another person mocked. Really, since he has already fallen, why did he come back to die? Does he have a death wish? The crowd whispered to each other, feeling conflicted about Su Yu's return. Those who were thinking of Su Yu's blue heart iron naturally heaved a sigh of relief. Those who did not were shaking their heads. Welcome back. The old demon fairy leaned on his walking stick and looked back at Su Yu with a benevolent smile. His smile faded as he looked down at the 10,000 miles of scorched earth. Su Yu glanced around and found that most of the people present had grave expressions as they stared at the scene on the ground. Su Yu followed their gazes and looked down. His expression changed slightly. The ground within 10,000 miles seemed to have been ravaged by something. It was scorched black and lifeless. The most terrifying thing was that one of them had 5 dark abysses. What kind of person could create such a shocking scene? Only the 10,000 saints experts, right? Su Yu, who had witnessed the fight between the strong men of the 10,000 saints with his own eyes, had the right to comment on this. He just didn't know how much strength this myriad saint expert had used. At that moment, the little skeleton suddenly bit Su Yu's sleeve with its mouth. What's wrong? Su Yu turned his head and asked. The little skeleton pointed at the sky mysteriously, indicating for Su Yu to fly up. Su Yu was puzzled. He followed the little skeleton to a higher altitude and asked, "What's the matter?" Little skeleton's expression was grave and fearful as he pointed downwards. Look again. Su Yu lowered his head to take a look, and what he saw caused his pupils to shrink. Now that he was higher up in the sky, he could see the situation on the ground more comprehensively. However, Su Yu could not help but be shaken by what he saw. The 5,000 kilometers of scorched earth was not the result of a battle. It was clearly a 10,000 kilometer wide footprint. The 5 black abysses that stood almost side by side were actually created by the giant's toes pressing on the ground. It was only 1 foot, but it created a scene as if the strong men of the 10,000 saints had fought. What the hell was this? Who was the one who stepped on it? If it was the strong man of the 10,000 saints who escaped from the tomb of the master of the ultimate ruins, then his strength was too terrifying, far beyond the expectations of the Gari Tian clan. Even with the help of the Reincarnation King and the Gari Tian Old Ancestor, it was impossible to defeat such a strong man of the 10,000 saints level. Su Yu was shaken, and his mind was lost in thought. He wondered if he should continue moving forward with them. At that moment, Mo Laozian noticed Su Yu's abnormality and asked, "Your Excellency, did you find anything?" Su Yu hurriedly hid his abnormality, shook his head, and flew down. No. Standing high up in the sky, he could only see a part of the scorched earth on the ground. He could not see it clearly at all. It was actually just a footprint. Oh. Mo Laozian did not suspect anything. Looking at the scorched earth on the ground, his expression was solemn. I believe this is where they fought. We are not far from them. For the rest of the journey, everyone should be prepared to take precautions. His words made everyone tense up. Some of the temporary groups that had agreed to advance and retreat together were discussing among themselves. Lu Xiaoyu could not help but approach Du Yu. She tugged at his sleeves gently and said pitifully, "Brother Du Yu, you must protect me." Du Yu laughed and put his arm around Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder. Don't worry, I am here. Even if the strong men of the 10,000 saints come, they will not be able to hurt you. As he spoke, he squinted at Su Yu. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyu had returned to Du Yu's side, and she had cursed Su Yu to get his forgiveness. Yes, brother Duyu is the best. Lu Xiaoyu's face was flushed, and she leaned against Duyu like a little bird. Suyu glanced at them casually, and followed at the back of the group expressionlessly. He was thinking as he walked. Weiwei, young master, you are thinking of a dirty trick again. As soon as the little skeleton finished speaking, Suyu glared at it, and it immediately corrected itself. Cough, cough, what I mean is, young master is farsighted and astute. Suyu looked away, but his heart was heavy. Such a huge footprint could not have been made by a seriously injured and dying strong man of the 10,000 saints. Be prepared at all times. If the situation is not good, we will retreat immediately, Suyu said through telepathy. The little skeleton had seen huge footprints before, so it naturally knew the stakes involved. It nodded seriously. Yes. The group followed Old Demon Immortal, and through the signal left behind by Old Ancestor Gari Tian and the Reincarnation King, they hurried toward their destination. Finally, a month later, they arrived at a land of endless ruins. There was dust everywhere, and the land had been completely destroyed. The atmosphere radiated with energy waves that could destroy heaven and earth. Even a strong man of the great saint level would be killed instantly if he was not careful. Standing outside the battlefield, everyone's heart was tense, and even their breathing was stagnant. For most of them, this was the first time they had seen a fight between strong men of the 10,000 saints. Moreover, this was not a real fight between strong men of the 10,000 saints. It was a battlefield left behind by a seriously injured strong man of the 10,000 saints, and two strong men of half a step to the 10,000 saints. Gulp. Looking at such a shocking scene, many people swallowed hard. They could not help but wonder if they were qualified to participate in this hunt. Not to mention the dying strong man of the 10,000 saints, even the scattered energy on the ground could easily kill them. Everyone, it's just ahead. Get ready to attack. Old Demon Immortal bellowed, and his expression was extremely grave. She took out a doctrine artifact to protect herself, and carefully walked toward the battlefield. There will be another update at 9 p.m. Chapter 31-25. Suyu secretly gripped the Absolute Heaven sword tightly and stayed close to the little skeleton. This fellow was too unreliable. Who knew when he would run off on his own? Master, how much do you distrust me? The little skeleton was speechless. Suyu glanced at him and said, Don't talk. How could they be distracted in the midst of a battle between the strong men of the All Saints? Any careless movement could cost their lives. Crack. As expected. A slight cracking sound came from afar. Suyu's nerves tightened and he bellowed, Get down. In fact, Suyu was not the only one who reacted. Most of the people who heard the sound immediately made defensive moves. Some took out defensive artifacts, some retreated, and some even tried to escape into the sky. The group of people immediately dispersed to protect themselves. After Suyu got down, the little skeleton followed suit. As it lay down, it said disapprovingly, Do you have to be so dramatic? That was just a cracking sound. Was there a need to be so concerned? However, as it was lying down, an invisible air current cut through the area where they were. The lion fur on the little skeleton's back was all cut off, along with some special parts of its body. The little skeleton's heart raced as he felt the cold and burning sensation at the same time. He was so frightened that he suddenly lay down on the ground. Little master, help me take a look. Why do I feel like my body has become lighter? Suyu turned to look and rolled his eyes. Yes, because your butt is gone. The air current just now had cut off half of the little skeleton's butt. Yes, it was still bleeding. Ah! The little skeleton immediately reached out to touch his back. His claws were covered in blood. He rolled his eyes. Oh my God! Then his legs turned to jelly and he lay down on the ground, motionless. He panted. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving even if you kill me. The little skeleton's body was so strong that ordinary forces could hardly hurt it. However, an unknown air current had almost killed it. If Suyu had not reminded him in time, the little skeleton would have been beheaded. However, in comparison, the little skeleton was still considered lucky. There were many people more unfortunate than it. When the air current calmed down, Su Yu slowly got up and looked around. He could not help but sigh. The late ancient sages who had flown into the sky were all cut into pieces by the sudden air current, leaving only blood-stained clothes on the ground. As for those who used defensive artifacts, they were killed on the spot, and the defensive artifacts in their hands were broken in half. The scene became extremely bloody. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 10 people left from the 20 people who had come together. The casualties were so severe, but they had only just stepped into the battlefield. This caused many people to give up. I quit. The peak great saint expert with the highest cultivation base covered his broken arm, which was bleeding non-stop, and announced his withdrawal with a gloomy face. After careful consideration, he finally chose not to take the risk. Even he, the one with the highest cultivation, was so shaken, let alone the others. Even the arrogant Juyue lost the courage to continue forwards as he saw this scene. He grit his teeth and said, "Old demon immortal, you never said that the hunting process would be so dangerous. According to all the clues that old Mortian had provided, this myriad saint powerhouse was an arrow at the end of its flight. His strength was weak and his body was weak. He simply couldn't raise any waves. But now, it seemed like the other party possessed the mighty strength to crush all of them with a single move. This was not an action they could take part in. The little skeleton was too terrifying. The demon god shook off the dust on his body and said lightly, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" Huh. The sudden coldness in his tone and unusual attitude made many people feel that something was wrong, including Su Yu. However, Su Yu had been wary and suspicious when he saw the giant footprint. He had been paying attention to the demon god's attitude. Before she could finish her words, while others were still in shock, Su Yu had already taken action. He grabbed the little skeleton's hair and growled, "Go." The little skeleton was ready after Su Yu's repeated reminders. Immediately, he leaped with Su Yu to the back of the battlefield. The great Saint Peak, the strongest among them, retreated quickly, wanting to leave the battlefield where the little skeleton was fighting. The rest of the people retreated in panic. However, it was too late. The terrifying energy waves in all directions suddenly became violent after the demon god's voice fell. They quickly spread out and enveloped all 4 sides of the sky. Especially behind them, there were even more terrifying waves. Fortunately, the little skeleton reacted quickly and stopped in time to avoid bumping into the waves. Otherwise, he would have lost half his life. The great Saint Peak also reacted quickly and threw a doctrine artifact to ease his momentum, barely stopping before the waves hit him. However, the fluctuations instantly shattered the Dao tool that Xiao Chen tossed over. The people behind him stopped one after another, their expressions uncertain. Su Yu turned around coldly and stared at the demon god. "What do you mean? The changes in the waves must have something to do with the demon god. She must have a reason for trapping everyone here." The great Saint Peak was even more murderous. "Old demon god, are you plotting against us?" Among the crowd, only the demon god was exceptionally calm. She stood in place with her walking stick and said lightly, "You came here to fulfill the agreement, so you should fulfill it to the end. How can you give up halfway?" The great Saint Peak scolded, "This is such a dangerous adventure, and we can't back out?" "Of course not." The demon god was calm and unafraid of the crowd's anger. "I have asked the people on the island if they want to continue. If they want to continue, they can't back out halfway." Such an unreasonable attitude naturally caused the crowd to be angry again. "Humph. If we don't leave, what can you do to us?" Du Yu said angrily. They had traveled thousands of miles just to be plotted against. They should have known that the heaven-covering clan did not have good intentions when they invited them here. "Haha, young man, this is not the land of your sword saint tribe. This old man will not indulge you." The old Mortian's laughter fell. Then, a tyrannical fluctuation was activated once more, sweeping out in all directions. Everyone panicked and immediately dodged. And many of the waves were headed for Du Yu. After the latter's expression changed continuously, he kept moving. However, there were too many waves chasing after him. No matter how he dodged, he could not completely avoid them. One of the waves was even more powerful than the others, and it reached Du Yu's back. At this critical moment, Du Yu saw a companion not far away. Without hesitation, he grabbed the companion and threw him behind him. Chapter 31:26. Creak. Ah. After a blood-curdling scream, the person who was thrown over was instantly chopped into pieces. After that, the waves gradually stopped and surrounded them again. The old demonic fairy stood outside the waves, a strange and arrogant smile on her face. Everyone, if you think I can't do anything to you, I don't mind letting you try again. At this moment, the entire place fell into a deep silence. Many people were injured in the waves just now, and this was because the waves did not last for too long. If it had continued for a while longer, they would have been killed on the spot. The great Saint Peak Powerhouse's eyes were gloomy as he asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" The old demonic fairy tapped her walking stick and said, "Haven't I told you many times? To hunt down the All Saints." In the past, they might have believed it. But after what happened just now, they would be as stupid as pigs if they still believed it. With our strength, do you really think we stand a chance against the seriously injured All Saints? The great Saint Peak Powerhouse asked. Moreover, since you can freely control such dangerous waves, isn't your strength more reliable than ours? She had the ability to control waves, so why not use it to kill the All Saints? The destructive power of these waves was probably much stronger than their combined attack. Therefore, the old demonic fairy must be lying. You just need to listen to the arrangements, and you can live. Otherwise, you will end up like the corpses on the ground. The old demonic fairy did not explain further and changed his tone to one of threat. Everyone fell silent. Even the great Saint Peak Powerhouse had nothing to say. Trapped in these waves, they could only be fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. But you can rest assured that as long as you listen to the arrangements, you will be spared in the end. The old demonic fairy calmly took out a small box made of black jade. There was a black liquid wriggling inside. Those who did not know would have thought it was some kind of creature. But everyone present was at least an ancient saint. How could they not feel the strong curse aura emanating from the black liquid? If they were not mistaken, it was all curses from the Gari Tian clan. Just like the curse that the Gari Tian demon had once placed on Su Yu. However, the power of the old demonic fairy's curse was much stronger than the one on Su Yu's body. Even a great sage pinnacle powerhouse would be under the control of this person. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to withstand the effects of the curse. In order for both sides to trust each other, I hope that everyone can be honest with each other and plant the golden silkworm curse on each other. The old demon immortal faintly smiled, but his smile was extremely strange. Golden silkworm spell? Hearing this, the expressions of several insiders changed. The great sage pinnacle powerhouse objected, "Are you kidding me? You might as well kill me if you cast the golden silkworm curse on us." What was the golden silkworm curse? It was a special curse that was refined with Patriarch Gari Tian's will. It contained the will of Patriarch of Gari Tian. Once it was planted in a person's body, the curse would continue to grow over time, and the will in the curse would also continue to expand. In the end, when the curse developed to its limit, the consciousness inside would become so strong that it would devour the host's soul and replace the host's body, turning the host into one of Patriarch Gari Tian's clones. However, the difference was that this clone did not require Patriarch Gari Tian to cultivate on his own. Instead, it possessed the powers of the various clans in the world. Patriarch Gari Tian had lived for countless years, and no one knew how many people he had used the golden silkworm curse to control. It was said that back then, an ancestor of the Gari Tian clan managed to kill a 10,000 saint powerhouse by relying on endless clones. Unfortunately, after the battle, the 10,000 saint powerhouse's corpse disappeared, causing the Gari Tian clan to be unable to successfully refine it into a clone. "I swear to die," the insiders said resolutely. This curse sounded nice, but they were well aware of how cruel it was. Once the golden silkworm was born, the host would be annihilated. The old demon immortal wanted to use the golden silkworm curse to control their movements and control their life and death. However, if the old demon immortal refused to remove the curse after it was done, wouldn't they end up in the most miserable state? Therefore, no one would agree. Even if they died now, it was better than letting the Gari Tian clan have it easy. The old demon immortal's face darkened. If you insist on refusing, I'll have no choice but to leave all of you here. However, everyone's resistance was unexpected. Be it the great sage pinnacle powerhouses or the ancient sage powerhouses, they would rather die than submit. If they were all going to die, why should they suffer the pain of the golden silkworm curse and then become the Gari Tien clan's puppets? Rather than that, they might as well die in the shockwaves now and die painlessly. Seeing everyone's resistance, the old demon immortal didn't dare to kill them all. After all, he had spent a lot of effort and paid a price to rope them in. All right, I'll take a step back and not use the golden silkworm curse. I'll just use an ordinary curse. How about it? The old demon immortal asked. Everyone looked at each other and didn't respond. The old demon immortal snorted, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you don't even want to plant an ordinary curse, I'll be harming myself if I let you go. Rather than that, I might as well kill all of you here." In the end, it was the great sage powerhouse who spoke. He said, "What kind of curse is it? We have to make sure that the harm isn't that great." The old demon immortal's expression eased a little. He put away the golden silkworm curse and took out another transparent liquid. There was also something wriggling in it. The liquid was extremely transparent and didn't have any impurities. When the sun shone on it, it reflected a rainbow light. From its body, there wasn't much curse aura. It could be said that it was a relatively weak existence among curses. Dustless curse. The peak great sage powerhouse's expression eased a lot. The so-called dustless curse was a relatively low-level curse. It wasn't just the heaven-covering clan that knew it. Many other clans knew it. This curse wasn't too harmful to the body. It was just that after planting it, one's life would be controlled for a short period of time. But given time, it would dissolve on its own in 3 days at most. The dustless curse was a barely acceptable curse. If it was any lower, the old demon immortal wouldn't be willing to give in. Good. I can accept the dustless curse. The peak great sage powerhouse nodded. With him speaking, everyone else nodded and chose to compromise. The old demon immortal's expression eased a lot. He smiled. That's more like it. I hope we can cooperate happily. Next, she flicked her finger and 9 drops of liquid flew into everyone's hands. Touch the abdomen and the curse will be planted. The old demon immortal said. After a while, the rest of the people planted the curse on their bodies, including the peak great sage powerhouses, Du Yu and Lu Xiaoyu. The old demon immortal nodded in satisfaction. Finally, when his gaze swept over Su Yu, he suddenly paused. Why don't you plant it? Chapter 31:27. Su Yu held the drop of liquid and said with a hint of hesitation, I already have the curse of your Heaven Gari clan on me. What's the point of putting another curse on me? He lifted up the front of his shirt, revealing a picture of an evil ghost on his chest. The old Mortian's face darkened. For the sake of fairness, everyone will do the same. Of course, you are no exception. As you said, since you already have a curse on you, what's the difference in putting another one on you? Su Yu pondered for a moment, nodded silently, and pressed the drop of liquid into his abdomen. After a sharp stab of pain, the liquid drilled into Su Yu's body. Seeing this, the old Mortian was finally relieved. With a smile, he waved his hand, and all the fluctuations in the sky dissipated. Everyone, I hope that our cooperation will be pleasant. After the deed is done, I will lift your curse, the old Mortian said. The rest of the people nodded. Only Su Yu knew that the old Mortian would not lift the curse. This curse was by no means a simple dustless curse. It was a curse even more terrifying than the golden silkworm curse. As for how Su Yu knew, it was because the blue heart puppet in his body had no reaction to the appearance of the golden silkworm curse. Instead, when the dustless curse appeared, it produced a strong reaction. Therefore, this was not a dustless curse. It must be an extremely terrifying curse. With so many people around, it was inconvenient for him to remind Su Yu, so he could only hide it in his heart. After the liquid entered, it immediately turned into a curse and spread throughout Su Yu's body. Su Yu remained calm and collected. At the same time, He operated the power of chaos and the power of the holy body to form an encirclement, trying to encircle the dustless curse. However, just as Su Yu expected, this curse was not the dustless curse at all, but an extremely terrifying curse. The interception of Su Yu's two forces was instantly broken by the curse, and it spread uncontrollably throughout his body. Seeing that he could not stop it, Su Yu hit his chest with his palm. Mirror Flower Heavenly Prince's heart was hit violently. A drop of blood gushed out of his heart and integrated into his blood vessels and limbs. Its appearance immediately blocked the rapid spread of the dustless curse. But this only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. As time passed, the dustless curse became stronger and stronger, but the pure chaos power in his blood was constantly being worn away. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the dustless curse broke through the obstruction of this drop of blood and continued to advance. The danger of the dustless curse was even fiercer than he imagined. If he still did not stop it, once the dustless curse completely spread, even a great firmament immortal would be unable to save him. At the critical moment, Su Yu had a thought. He hit his chest several times in succession and condensed a total of 3 drops of extremely pure heart blood. The appearance of the 3 drops not only stopped the spread of the curse, but also forced it back. It was forced from the internal organs to the abdomen, and from the abdomen, it condensed into a trace of liquid again. However, this could not be maintained for long. The power of the dustless curse was simply too great. It was rapidly depleting the power within the blood, causing it to quickly thin out. Soon, the dustless curse would break out again and invade Su Yu's body. At that moment, Su Yu decisively took out the holy infant fire seed, which had grown to the size of a fist, and stuck it to his abdomen. At the same time, Xiao Chen circulated his energy and moved the liquid enveloped by the heart blood out of his body, allowing the holy nascent flame seed to absorb it. In an instant, the holy nascent fire seed completely absorbed the cursed heart blood. With that, the curse in Su Yu's body was finally completely lifted. Looking at the holy infant fire seed again, it had expanded a little more. There was a mass of shadow that was ramming back and forth within the fire seed, trying to rush out. That must be the curse. The holy infant fire seed emitted a warm flame. As it continued to burn, the mass of shadow gradually calmed down and was slowly expelled. Compared to its previous frenzy, the curse was now quiet and docile, as if it had transformed from a wild beast into a domesticated animal. Su Yu still had lingering fears. He knew that the mark of the Garitian clan had been erased from the curse, and it had become an object without a master. Even Su Yu could activate it at that moment. With a grasp of his palm, he caught the drop of liquid in his palm and sealed it properly. Everything had been resolved in silence, and no one had noticed anything at all. Even the old demon fairy had not noticed anything at all, because he would never have thought that someone would be able to lift the curse that he had placed on himself. Everyone, according to the news from my elder Garitian, that strong man has been forced to the vicinity of Mount Duantian. Your task is to spread out and find him, the old demon fairy said. As soon as he said that, the crowd could not help but burst into an uproar. The expressions of the great saints changed drastically. You want us to spread out and find that strong man of all saints? Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to withstand a single glance from that strong man of all saints, let alone spread out and search for him. If they could not find him, then they would die without a doubt. They would not even need to escape. At that moment, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that from the beginning, the Garitian clan had not been looking for helpers, but pawns to explore the way. They had been banished to the vicinity of Mount Duantian. If one of them died suddenly, the Garitian clan would be able to detect it in advance, and they would be able to predict that it was the hiding place of the strong man of all saints. Old demon fairy, if you really want to cooperate with us, you should at least show some sincerity, right? You are clearly sending us to our deaths. Please forgive us for not agreeing, a woman of the ancient saint later stage said coldly. She happened to have cultivated a secret technique to resist curses. The dustless curse had been successfully suppressed after she had planted it. With a single thought, she could release the dustless curse from her body. The old demon fairy looked at her indifferently. Do you want to die? The woman of the ancient saint later stage slowly retreated with a cold expression. Others might be afraid of your curse, but I am not. To tell you the truth, I have already removed the curse. I will not accompany you." After saying that, she immediately soared into the sky and left before the other party's energy fluctuations could be activated. However, the old demon fairy stood on the spot and said calmly, "Is that so?" She gently snapped her fingers, and the woman who was already far away instantly fell from the sky with a miserable groan. Without waiting for him to land on the ground, his body released an incomparably bright light, obliterating him from the inside out. This scene caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. "What kind of curse did you plant on me?" the great saint later stage scolded. Her expression was extremely ugly. The others were even more panicked, and they all checked the condition of their bodies. The old demon fairy said calmly, "Of course it is the dustless curse, but there is something else in it." Everyone's heart completely sank when she said it herself. "You lied to me!" The great saint later stage powerhouse roared angrily. From the beginning, the old demon fairy did not expect them to obediently plant the terrifying golden silkworm curse. Instead, she deliberately let them bargain, and in the end, she had no choice but to compromise and use the dustless curse. Everyone present thought that they had fought for a better result by risking their lives, but in fact, the dustless curse contained something even more terrifying than the golden silkworm curse. The old demon fairy's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and she shot a glance at everyone present. "So what if I lied to you? Not satisfied? Then I will send you all on your way." End of this chapter. Chapter 31-28. The peak great sage powerhouse was angry, but he could not do anything. He could only clench his fists and glare. The others checked their bodies and were shocked to find that the seemingly peaceful dustless curse had unknowingly spread to every part of their bodies. Some of them tried to use their own strength to push out the dustless curse, but they found that it was already deeply rooted in their bodies. Ordinary strength not only could not shake it, but it would penetrate deeper and deeper into their bodies. This discovery caused everyone present to be horrified. "Old Mortian, speak, what curse did you place on us?" An exasperated young man could not help but shout. He would rather die than submit. "I'm telling you, if you want to use a despicable trick to control me, you can dream on." He waved his hand and a Dao artifact sword was placed across his neck. "If you don't speak clearly, then take my corpse away." But the old Mortian calmly said, "Young man, this old woman never dreams. It is very easy to control you." She grinned, a very strange smile. Without any movement, the young man who threatened her with his life suddenly trembled and then calmed down. But his eyes had lost consciousness and were empty. "Do you still want to die?" the old Mortian asked. The young man said, "I don't want to die." "What if I let you die?" the old Mortian asked. The young man was like a puppet, mechanically saying, "Then, I will die." The old Mortian nodded, "Take out your heart and give it to me." The young man did not hesitate. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed his chest. Then, he ruthlessly pulled out a beating heart and gave it to the old Mortian. The old Mortian grasped the heart and looked at the others with a warm smile. "Everyone, who else wants to give me their heart? This old woman will not refuse." With that, there was a muffled sound as the old Mortian crushed the heart. Blood splattered on the ground, forming a strong contrast with her kind and warm smile. Many people fiercely swallowed, their faces turning deathly white. They suddenly realized that they had been hit by a curse even more terrifying than the golden silkworm curse. The golden silkworm curse needed time to brew before it could control the host. But this dustless curse did not need time at all. Once it was planted, the other party could control them at any time. So much so that he was willing to take out his own heart and give it to the old demon immortal. The bloody scene caused their hearts to sink to the bottom. As they were falling into despair, the old demon immortal said, "But, you can rest assured that I have placed an even fiercer curse on you. This is only to make you work harder, understand?" They certainly understood that the old demon immortal was only comforting them. Once the deed was done, they would lose themselves and become puppets. Only, until the final moment, no one was willing to make a pointless sacrifice. They all hoped to find an opportunity to break free from the dustless curse. "Are you all deaf? How come no one is answering?" The old demon immortal's warm smile became abnormally cold as he looked around at everyone present. Everyone shivered in fear and answered in unison. We understand. Even that peak great saint powerhouse had no choice but to lower his head in the end. Everyone's face was covered with dark clouds, and their hearts were heavy. Then let's go. With the old demon immortal leading the way, no one dared to disobey. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. The residual energy from the battle of the myriad saint powerhouses rampaged through this area. If they were the least bit careless, they could be annihilated. At first, the old demon immortal was able to control the energy fluctuations here. But the further they went, the stronger the energy fluctuations became. Even she could not control them. She began to be more cautious, not daring to be careless. Finally, they arrived at an incomparably cold area. Fog filled the skies and they could not see the end of the world. They could only vaguely see the 9 giant blades piercing straight into the clouds. That was the Broken Sky Mountain region. The legendary 10,000 Saint Expert was hidden among them. All of you wait here. Do not move around. The old demon immortal's expression was solemn. She seemed to sense something and walked in a certain direction, leaving everyone behind. As soon as she left, the crowd began to stir. Many people began to ask questions around the peak great saint powerhouse. Senior Shio, what should we do? That's right. Senior Shio, do you have a way to dispel the curse and save our lives? The person called Senior Shio sat on a boulder, completely ignoring the questions of the outside world. His expression had already answered everything. If he could dispel the curse in his body, would he need to be manipulated by others and come to this place? Only a few people were independent. For example, Du Yu and Lu Xiaoyu. The two of them were tightly cuddled together, leaning against a giant beast bone. Senior brother, I'm scared. Lu Xiaoyu leaned weakly in his arms. Du Yu caressed her back. Although his expression was dark, he was still calm. Don't worry, there will be a turn for the better. As a member of the Sword Saint race, since he dared to come here, he naturally had something to rely on. He would not die here so easily. However, we should rope in some people. Du Yu pondered, if we split up to search for that myriad saint powerhouse, we will definitely die. They had personally experienced how terrifying a myriad saint powerhouse was. If they did not find him, it would be a blessing. If they did, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, it was best for them to stick together and cooperate with each other. That way, they would have a chance of survival. Lu Xiaoyu looked around at the others and agreed, leave it to me. She flashed a pure and lovely smile and went to strike up a conversation with her restless target. At this time, everyone was in a state of panic. Most of them had lost their backbone. Du Yu, a great saint, had thrown an olive branch at them, and they were naturally tempted. In a short while, 3 to 5 people agreed. Lu Xiaoyu revealed a relaxed expression. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Su Yu. After a moment of contemplation, she came in front of Su Yu. Su Yu sensed something and looked up expressionlessly. Her jade face was as cold as steel, devoid of emotion. He was about to ask what she wanted when Lu Xiaoyu crossed her arms in front of her chest and said in a condescending manner, "Stop dreaming, we don't need an ancient saint to join the team." It turned out that she had mistakenly thought that Su Yu had such an idea. "I came to ask you if you have seen Senior Yang," Lu Xiaoyu asked. Su Yu did not even know who Senior Yang was. Even if he knew, why did he have to answer her? "I don't know," Su Yu said lightly. Lu Xiaoyu snorted. "Stop pretending. Senior Yang left the team midway. He must have gone back to look for you." Only then did Su Yu understand that the so-called Senior Yang was probably the fiery brawny man who had gone back to attack him. It was a pity that he was not as skilled as Su Yu and was killed by Su Yu. He had even snatched away the extremely precious holy infant fire seed. "I don't know," Su Yu answered. Lu Xiaoyu stomped her foot and said in disgust, "You are really annoying." Su Yu chuckled. "Do I hate it?" That was not what she had said when she thought Su Yu was an expert. Chapter 31-29. Just wait to die. Don't expect us to save you. Lu Xiaoyu arrogantly returned to Du Yu's side and whispered something to her. The latter cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, casting a murderous look. Suyu did not care at all. He was counting all kinds of things to prepare for the search later. A moment later, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at the sky in the distance and stood up abruptly. Following closely behind him was the strong man at the peak of the great saint. The latter also sensed something and squinted at the sky. Yu Guang shot a deep look at Suyu, his eyes revealing a profound look. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air currents of heaven and earth swirled, and the massive energy waves seemed to be repelled by something, scattering in all directions. The rest of the people also sensed it and stood up, looking vigilant. Gradually, two strange rays of light, one gold and one black, came side by side, arriving in front of them. Behind them was the old Morxian. However, she looked humble and did not even dare to breathe, as if she was afraid of offending the two people in front of her. Rumble. Like thunder, the two appeared in front of everyone in a flash. One of them had long, greasy, and dirty hair that reached her heels. It was like a dirty cloak, covering most of her body. At the same time, her body emitted a strong stench, as if she had not bathed for many years. Her face was also faintly discernible in her messy hair, like a ghost with an unknown face. The most shocking thing was that she had a curse aura that was much stronger than the golden silkworm curse. In addition to the old demon immortal standing behind him, it was easy to guess who he was. Ancestor Gari Tian, an ancient monster who was good at curses and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the great saint level, half a step away from becoming a 10,000 saint. Swish. Beside him was an upright and valiant being. His face was upright, and his body was full of righteousness. He wore a bright red cloak, his black hair flying in the wind, and his eyes looking at the world. The most eye-catching thing was that he was from the human race. His invincible aura was terrifying. Lu Xiaoyu involuntarily leaned towards Du Yu, her eyes full of fear. His name also shook the past and the present, becoming famous in the Nine-Star civilization. He was the Reincarnation King, the Reincarnation Emperor, the King of the Human Alliance. "This is the person you found," Patriarch Gari Tian said hoarsely. Curse aura gushed out of his body as he breathed, making everyone feel suffocated. Just how many incomparably powerful curses were hidden in this person's body? If he wanted to kill everyone present, a single glance would be enough. This made them even more cautious. They even controlled their breathing lest they were noticed by Patriarch Gari Tian. Old Morxian respectfully said from behind him, "Yes, old ancestor." Patriarch Gari Tian nodded and waved his hand. "Pass the order." "Yes." The old demonic immortal immediately arrived in front of them. He solemnly said, "Now, split up and search for that 10,000 saint powerhouse. Anyone who finds him will be richly rewarded." Why would they still want to ask for rewards? As long as they were free, they would thank the heavens and earth. Sure, with the two minor 10,000 saints in front of them, they didn't dare to linger. They immediately split up and went off to search for the 10,000 saints experts. Many people traveled in groups, and only a few traveled alone. Including Su Yu. Including the 10,000 saint powerhouse who had left everyone behind and disappeared without a trace. He didn't want to bring anyone with him. He wanted to travel alone, which disappointed many who wanted to rely on him. Du Yu led a group of people to search for the 10,000 saint powerhouse. Although the old demonic immortal frowned at this, he didn't stop them. When everyone left, Patriarch Gari Tian sat cross-legged on a giant rock and said in a hoarse voice, "Human King, do you think they will succeed?" The Reincarnation Human King looked in the direction where everyone had left and nodded slightly. "They will. But..." He had a thoughtful look in his eyes as he turned to look at the old demonic immortal. "That human, where did you recruit him from?" The old demonic immortal immediately put his hands and feet together when he was questioned by the Reincarnation Human King. He replied carefully, "Human King, he is from the Six Paths Human Alliance. His name is Lu Xiaoyu, and he seems to be a direct relative of one of the higher-ups of the Six Paths Human Alliance." The old demonic immortal was a little worried. The human kings of different domains were all competitors, especially when the heavenly road was about to open. The competition between the human kings would only become more intense. She secretly blamed herself for bringing the people from the Six Paths Human Alliance and making the Reincarnation Human King unhappy. However, the Reincarnation Human King shook his head. I'm asking about another human. Another human? The old demonic immortal was startled. Who? She had no idea that there was a human among the people she had recruited. That shouldn't be the case. If there was one, she would have discovered it long ago. A person in a black robe. The Reincarnation Human King's eyes were deep. The old demonic immortal then understood that he was referring to Su Yu. Human King, this person doesn't look like a human. She clearly remembered that the other party's body was faintly exuding chaotic energy. Only a stone man could possess that, right? Doesn't look like one. The Reincarnation Human King touched his chest as an ancient oil lamp flashed past. It turned out that he also had a holy mortal body. However, the Reincarnation Human King's oil lamp was not only ancient but also unusually broken. The wick had never been lit. An unlit oil lamp was meaningless to the Emperor of the Holy Mountain. I think I've met a person who will be born in the legends. The Reincarnation Human King narrowed his eyes, which were flashing with an intense light. There had always been a legend circulating among the human race. It was said that a new human ancestor would be born among the human race. He would use his holy mortal body to step on the path to heaven and search for the final legacy of the human ancestor. The appearance of Su Yu made the Reincarnation Human King wonder if he was the legendary successor. I just don't know if his oil lamp was lit or extinguished, the Reincarnation Human King said thoughtfully. The old ancestor Gari Tian, who was beside him, understood his meaning. He said in a hoarse voice, "If you're curious, why didn't you stop him just now?" The Reincarnation Human King shook his head slightly. The successor of the human ancestor has the luck of heaven and earth. He won't die easily. If he is the successor, he will naturally come back alive. If not, he will die in that Duantian mountain. The old ancestor Gari Tian closed his eyes. Then let's wait and see. I hope they succeed. Su Yu entered the Duantian mountain area. The fog was thick, and the closer he got to Duantian mountain, the thicker the fog became. Towards the end, he couldn't even see clearly beyond 1,000 feet. For safety's sake, he had to slow down in case he encountered any mishaps and couldn't react in time. I'd better find a safe place to hide for the time being. Su Yu wasn't stupid enough to look for the dangerous all-saint strong man. If he couldn't find him, he would die. Anyway, his curse had been broken, so there was no need to take risks. He just had to wait for things to calm down and then leave quietly. Creak! All of a sudden, a long tongue stretched out from the fog 1,000 feet away, curling toward Su Yu. Chapter 31:30. Su Yu didn't even bother to pull out the absolute heaven sword. He simply lifted his finger and pointed. A bolt of disastrous power gushed out and turned into a grayish-black flame, falling on the tongue. Suddenly, the flames surged. Not only did it burn the tongue to ashes, it even burned the tongue to the source of the fire. Roar! A series of miserable screams could be heard as a huge creature hidden in the fog collapsed with a loud bang. Su Yu carefully walked over to take a look, only to discover that it was a giant burnt toad. It had the cultivation of a great saint. It occupied the swamp and devoured the creatures on the ground and flying at low altitude. However, it was unlucky to run into Su Yu. Su Yu looked at the burnt body of the toad and had an idea. He gathered sword energy on his finger and cut open the burnt body of the toad. Its body was also burnt to ashes, but there was a bright red pearl the size of a head lying in the ashes, safe and sound. I knew it, Su Yu murmured. With his disastrous power, he should have been able to burn the toad to ashes, but it was only burnt to ashes. There must be something in the body of the toad. This is the blood poison pearl. It contains the poison of the heaven-devouring poisonous toad. You have to be careful if you want to take it. However, just as Su Yu was deciding whether to pick it up, an old voice came from behind him. Su Yu's heart trembled slightly. The fog here had a strong interference effect on people's senses. Even when someone was so close behind him, he didn't notice it. He turned around unhurriedly and saw the strong man at the peak of the Great Saint Peak. He stood 1,000 feet away from Su Yu with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining brightly. I knew you were not an ordinary person. Previously, when old ancestor Gari Tian and the reincarnation king arrived, Su Yu had sensed the abnormality between heaven and earth before him, so he had guessed that Su Yu was not an ordinary person. Now it seemed that his guess was right. He could kill a toad at the great saint level with just a wave of his hand. His cultivation was unfathomable. What can I do for you? Su Yu asked lightly. The old man smiled warmly and cupped his fists. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiu Mingyuan from the Mirror Clan. The Mirror Clan? Su Yu had been in the 9-star civilization for a long time, but this was the first time he had heard of the Mirror Clan. Haha, it's not surprising that you have never heard of the Mirror Clan. It was a race that had been extinct since the beginning of the era. I am just one of the few clansmen who have survived. So that was it. He didn't know what was so special about the Mirror Clan. Oh, Su Yu replied briefly, then picked up the blood poison pearl. The poison inside had a considerable numbing effect on great sages, so it could be used in times of need. Seeing his lack of interest, Xiu Mingyuan finally revealed the purpose of his visit. With a calm expression, he said, "Do you really want to put your life in the hands of others?" Su Yu feigned ignorance. Of course not. However, other than obediently obeying orders, we have no other choice. Xiu Mingyuan smiled disdainfully. Sir, you know very well whether or not we will survive after we finish our business. Why do you need to lie to yourself? To Su Yu. To of Su. Moreover, do you really think we are looking for the 10,000 saints? Mingyuan asked. Su Yu's hand, which was holding the blood poison pearl, suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around to face the man. His eyes glowed. So, I am not the only one who had such suspicions. Mingyuan's eyes shone. Why? You felt something was amiss too? Su Yu nodded. Although the old demonic fairy told us that we were bait to lure the 10,000 saints out, however, this is simply untenable. Su Yu had never believed the old demon fairy's words. Elder Gari Tian and reincarnation Renwang are no match for the 10,000 saint. Moreover, even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if the 10,000 saints expert is hiding, why would we need to look for him? A glance from those two strong men is equivalent to a day and a night of searching for them. Clap. Mingyuan was impressed. There are still people who understand. The two of them looked at each other and saw the clarity in each other's eyes. They all agreed that the person they were looking for was definitely not a myriad saint expert. In fact, they were not looking for anything at all. What do you think? Su Yu asked. Mingyuan pondered for a moment before making up his mind. I did not want to work with others and planned to do it alone. However, I am worried that I can't do it alone, so I can only ask for your help. Su Yu listened to him quietly. According to my plan, we should leave immediately. Mingyuan looked around, feeling uneasy. There must be great danger waiting for us here. Su Yu fully agreed with this point. However, how to leave without alerting Elder Gari Tian and reincarnation Renwang, and how to cut off the old demonic fairy's curse control is crucial. Su Yu looked at Mingyuan and could not help but sigh. After all, he was an old monster who had reached the peak of the great saint realm and had cultivated for countless years. They had unfathomable resources, and even had the ability to escape from under the nose of 10,000 saints. In the future, if he encountered the 10,000 saints, he could not let his guard down. Please continue, Su Yu said. Mingyuan said, I am proficient in an escape technique, which can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Just give me a location, and I can cross several levels. Mingyuan stroked his beard. Huh! Su Yu's pupils shrank. Cross several levels? Wasn't the distance traversed a little too exaggerated? With the speed of an early-stage great saint, it would take at least 6 months to a year to cross a level. Even the sacred mountain's son of heaven couldn't cross several realms in one go, right? You don't have to be surprised. My mirror clan was destroyed by the Saint Mountain Emperor, so there must be a reason. Mingyuan laughed at himself. It was precisely because they had mastered the escape technique that they could cross the 9-star civilizations that the Saint Mountain Emperor was afraid of them, so he destroyed their clan. What do you need my help with? Su Yu asked. It was obvious that this escape technique was not easy to use. Otherwise, Mingyuan would have left long ago. Why would he wait until now? I need to borrow your strength, Mingyuan said, ashamed. Xiao Mingyuan said shamefully, the activation of the escape technique requires a huge amount of energy. I alone am not enough to activate it. Borrow strength? Su Yu hesitated. What if his strength was exhausted and he did not succeed? He had been feeding the holy infant fire seed every day, and his strength was constantly declining. What if his strength was used up and he encountered a strong enemy? Moreover, he was not like Mingyuan, whose curse had been lifted. His chances of leaving quietly were much higher than Mingyuan's. Seeing his hesitation, Mingyuan continued, I can ensure that we leave safely, and I can also help you find whatever you want. Su Yu was confused when he heard the second half of the sentence. How can you be sure that I can find what I want? What if he is in another realm? Unexpectedly, Mingyuan smiled mysteriously. Even if it is far away, I can find it for you. Even if I reach the 10,000 saints level one day, it will be a piece of cake for me to help you find matters in a different time and space. Matters in a different time and space. Su Yu was secretly surprised. Wasn't this Mirror Clan member's talent too nature-defying? Their destruction was not just because of their escape technique, but because of their ability to search for time and space. Chapter 31:31. Where do you want to go? Su Yu asked. If it was somewhere too far from the Heavenly Mirror Flower Realm, he would not go. The Heavenly Mirror Flower Realm. However, Xiao Mingyuan gave Su Yu a location that made him think it was a coincidence. Returning to the Heavenly Mirror Flower Realm was exactly what Su Yu wanted. All right, I agree. But remember your promise, Su Yu said. If Xiao Mingyuan could really find anything from the 9-star civilization, that would be great. I, Xiao, am a man of my word, Xiao Mingyuan said heroically. Su Yu nodded. Just tell me how you can borrow my strength. All right. Xiao Mingyuan immediately took out many materials and began to set up an extremely complicated formation. The Mirror Clan's escape technique requires a powerful formation that can traverse time and space. This formation will take at least a day to set up. A day? Su Yu pondered. He was not too surprised. If he could use an escape technique that could cross several realms at any time, wouldn't he be even more powerful than the Space Saint clan? Moreover, if it were so easy, how could the Saint Mountain Saints destroy the Mirror Clan so easily? I will protect you. Su Yu walked 1,000 feet away, patrolling the surroundings, on guard against any unknown creatures that might affect Xiao Mingyuan's formation. At the same time, Du Yu, Lu Xiaoyu, and the others huddled together and began to search mountain by mountain. They had already reached the top of the first peak of the Duantian Mountain's 9 peaks. The first peak is safe. Lu Xiaoyu patted her chest, relieving the deep pressure and tension in her heart. Along the way, she was afraid that she would suddenly encounter the invincible All-Saint Strong Man. Fortunately, they were lucky. After searching the entire mountain, they did not find any enemies. Du Yu stood in the middle of the crowd, as if he had become their leader. He looked down at the other 8 peaks. The steep 8 peaks of the Duantian Mountain were like 9-fingered demonic claws, reaching out from the underground demonic realm with a majestic aura. The rest of the people should have searched at least 3 peaks. Including our first peak, there are 4 peaks that have been searched, Du Yu analyzed. The All-Saint Strong Man should be in the last 5 peaks. After he finished speaking, the people who had just relaxed tensed up again. In other words, there was a high probability that one team or one person would find the All-Saint Strong Man. Our luck won't be bad. Lu Xiaoyu comforted herself. Suddenly, she noticed a broken tile under her feet. She couldn't help but look around and found that there were many broken bricks and tiles nearby. Brother Duyue, look. Lu Xiaoyu pointed at her discovery. Du Yu pondered for a moment before leaping into the air. He bent down to take a look and finally saw something. It turned out that there used to be a large-scale formation at the peak of the mountain. It had existed for at least half an era. The formation had been destroyed over the years, leaving only broken bricks and tiles on the ground. It's nothing, Don't worry about it. Du Yu flew back to the ground and said, rest here for half a day, then continue. His original intention was to stall for time and strive to use the special Dao artifact from the Sword Sacred clan to strip the dustless curse from his body. However, everyone just sat down. Suddenly, a late-stage Empyrean Saint Realm expert's eyes glazed over. A plume of green smoke rose from the top of his head, and he said mechanically and hollowly, "Who told you to stop? Keep looking." Everyone who was about to rest was shocked and quickly distanced themselves from this person. Their expressions darkened because this person had obviously used the dustless curse to destroy his soul and turn him into a puppet. "Keep looking," he scolded, and became the old demon immortal's puppet to monitor them. Du Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go and look for another mountain." Forced, they began to search for the second mountain. Since a myriad Saint Realm expert might suddenly appear, everyone's nerves were stretched taut, afraid of an unexpected encounter. However, their luck was very good. They didn't find that myriad Saint Realm expert even after reaching the peak. Phew. We're saved. Lu Xiaoyu let out a relieved sigh. Even Du Yu was secretly sweating. That was close. It seemed that they weren't the ones who encountered the myriad Saint Realm expert, but the other teams. However, the other mountains were quiet, as if they hadn't discovered the myriad Saint Realm expert at all. "Sit where you are and wait for orders," the puppet shouted. This was exactly what Du Yu wanted. He secretly took out a palm-sized sword case. After opening it, there was a dazzling array of small swords that were as thin as steel needles. "Go," he shouted in a low voice. Countless small swords flew up and entered his body through his pores, destroying the dustless curse scattered all over his body. The process was very painful. Du Yu endured it and silently dispelled the dustless curse. Lu Xiaoyu observed the surroundings. She found that there was another broken formation on this mountain. However, this formation was much better preserved than the one on the previous mountain. Even standing on the ground, one could vaguely make out the outline of the formation. It seems to be a spatial teleportation formation. Lu Xiaoyu had learned a bit about formations before, so she knew a bit about it. However, it doesn't seem like a normal spatial teleportation. The formation method used here is very ancient. It definitely doesn't belong to our era. Moreover, it is set up very well. She was a little shocked. Who would set up a formation in such a remote area? It was quite a big deal. Several hours later, across the mountain, they looked at the other three mountains. There were people who had reached the peaks of the other three mountains. This meant that from the beginning until now, none of the 8 mountains had encountered a myriad Saint Realm expert. The only one that hadn't been searched was the last mountain, the 9th peak. If the myriad Saint Realm expert was indeed at the 9th peak of sky shattering, he must be there. Moreover, they didn't know if it was an illusion, but when they looked at the 9th peak, they vaguely felt that the mountain was shrouded in a faint layer of blood mist. Compared to the other 8 mountains, it was clearly different. Gulp, no one knew who was the first to gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Even Du Yu felt a strange chill run down his spine as he stared at the 9th summit. At this moment, the puppet suddenly said, "Let's go to the 9th peak." Du Yu gritted his teeth, turned around, and cupped his fists. "Senior, we've searched the other 8 mountains. The 9th peak is the only one we haven't searched. The myriad Saint Realm expert should be there. There's no doubt about that. Patriarch Gari Tian and Senior Human King of the 6 Paths, please capture that myriad Saint Realm expert." Du Yu braced himself and said, "Pa." The puppet didn't hesitate to kick Du Yu in the chest, sending him flying. "If you say another word, be careful that you don't become a puppet too." The puppet let out a hollow but extremely threatening threat. Du Yu clutched his chest and looked at the other 5 people. They all went down the mountain with gloomy expressions, heading to the 9th peak. However, when they arrived at the foot of the 9th peak, they saw Suyu patrolling the area. The mist prevented them from seeing each other, so they couldn't see each other in advance. Chapter 31-32. By the time Suyu discovered them, they had also discovered him. Inu. Lu Xiaoyu was the first to recognize him. The rest of the group looked over. Du Yu was suspicious. Why was Su Yu also wandering around the foot of the 9th summit? He looked around, trying to guess something. The puppet among them had clearly discovered Su Yu. Why are you not searching the mountain? It asked. For some reason, the old Mortian's tone was much harsher than the others. It was as if he was afraid that Su Yu would lose control and run away. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Mingyuan was setting up a spell not far away. If they discovered him, the situation would not be good. After thinking for a moment, he walked forward and held them back. I am hesitating about whether to go up the 9th summit. I am alone, and I am worried that I will not have enough manpower. This was the only excuse he could use to avoid the doubts of the group. Hearing this, Du Yu's doubts gradually disappeared. The 9th summit was more than dangerous. It was practically sending them to their death. The strong martial artist of all saints was likely here. If they charged in, they would most likely die. Then there is no need for you to hesitate any longer. Come with us, the puppet said. Su Yu looked at the puppet. His eyes flickered, and he nodded. Okay. The most important thing now was to lure them away. As for using the spell, that could wait. As such, Su Yu was forced to follow them and ascend the 9th summit from the other side. As soon as he set foot on the 9th summit, Su Yu felt as if an electric current had swept through his body, causing his hair to stand on end. It was as if he was not stepping on a mountain, but some terrifying giant creature. He was not the only one who had the same reaction. The rest of the group felt the same, their hearts inexplicably palpitating. We cannot stop. Continue. The old Mortian was monitoring the group through the puppet. They had no choice but to continue their search. The higher they went, the more they shivered. It was as if their lives could be in danger at any time. Everyone was extremely nervous. Su Yu's body surged with energy, prepared to deal with any danger that might appear at any time. Roar, suddenly. A roar came without warning. The already nervous group was so frightened that they almost broke into a run. Fortunately, they were all ancient sages and great sages. However, they were all frightened to this extent. Su Yu was the only one who was still calm. His eyes were fixed on the dense fog, and he did not retreat. When the dense fog was broken, a colorless, bowl-sized python crawled out of it. Su Yu calmed down and casually slashed the python into two with a sword light. Old Mortian angrily shouted, "You bunch of useless things, a single snake is enough to scare you like this." They, who had fled in all directions, came back looking at each other with awkward expressions. It seemed that they were overly sensitive. If you do this again, I'll turn you all into puppets. Humph, you're all good-looking but useless things. The old demon Immortal humphed. She looked at Su Yu through the puppet. They were all from the younger generation, but Su Yu's performance was completely different from the others. It could be seen that Su Yu had experienced many similar dangers, which was why he was able to remain so calm in the face of danger. Continue. The old Mortian said. The group of people could only continue forward, but they had only taken a few steps when another roar sounded. The people who had just made a mistake were now calm. A strong man at the early stage of the Great Saint realm volunteered to step forward and shouted, "This time, I'll do it." He wanted to see what it was this time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped forward, the dense fog sprayed out a pitch-black venom. Su Yu saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. The rest of the people also realized that something was wrong and retreated. The strong man at the front saw this and his expression changed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took out a high-grade Dao artifact and placed it in front of his body. However, the result made people suck in a breath of cold air. The defense shield of a 7th-grade Dao artifact melted on the spot like a bubble when it came into contact with the venom. The intense venom mercilessly passed through the shield and sprayed onto the man's body. With a blood-curdling scream, that expert turned into a puddle of blood. This miserable scene caused everyone present to turn serious as they stared at the flowing mist, which had calmed down once again. They only felt that there was an extremely dangerous existence in the mist, staring at them like a tiger watching its prey. The two sides confronted each other for a long time. The old demonic fairy controlled the puppet and walked forward. When he passed through the 1,000 feet of mist, he could not help but be stunned. He saw that in the distance, there were also a few creatures on full alert. It was not a giant creature that attacked them, but another group of creatures that were climbing the mountain. Stop! The old demonic fairy was angry and annoyed. He gathered both sides. Through the 1,000 feet of mist, everyone finally recognized that they were on the same side. It was a false alarm. Lu Xiaoyu patted her chest. She felt like she was going crazy. First it was a snake, and now it was one of their own. Even the slightest movement made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. This was what people called a frightened snake in a cup. Why did you suddenly attack us? Lu Xiaoyu asked angrily as she thought of this. The team members that they had painstakingly recruited had died so inexplicably. The other side was a group of 3 people. Their cultivation was not high, only at the late stage of the ancient saint realm. Glancing at them, Su Yu felt that something was wrong. Why did we attack you? The 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. We heard the roar of the demonic beasts, so we hid under the boulder to defend ourselves. Then, we saw you coming. We did not attack during that period. Lu Xiaoyu did not believe their excuses. She snorted. Still trying to argue? Who else could it be? There is no third party here. Patter. A thick, fishy liquid fell from the sky, drenching Lu Xiaoyu from head to toe. Everyone followed the source of the liquid and looked up. All of them could not help but gasp. They saw a giant head the size of a palace floating above them. 2 red eyes the size of a giant door, like 2 blood-red suns, were staring at them greedily. The mist in the distance stirred crazily, and an incomparably long body could be vaguely seen. What is that? Someone asked, his heart trembling. His mind was blank. The python's body was huge, almost 1/10 the size of the 9th summit. At this moment, its body was wrapped around the 9th summit, its head poking out, staring at them. While they were hesitating, Su Yu had already rushed out. The giant python had blocked the way down the mountain, so they could only go up. Roar! As soon as he moved, the giant python attacked immediately, spitting out terrifying venom. The people, who had experienced this before, did not dare to withstand it. They all fled up the mountain, not putting up any resistance. Only the 3 people who had just met tried to use the boulder to put up a little resistance. Unexpectedly, wherever the venom passed, the boulder melted instantly. The 3 people were melted into a puddle of blood. Su Yu ran wildly. The higher he went, the more frightened he became. He felt that the ecology of the first heaven cliff was too unreasonable. It was just an area of tens of thousands of square meters. How could it have nurtured such a giant python and the giant poisonous toad they had encountered before? What did they rely on to grow so big? The food in the area of tens of thousands of square meters was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. In short, the first heaven cliff gave him a very strange feeling. Chapter 31-33. Hiss. As he pondered, the giant python chased after him again. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and giant trees toppled over along the way. Everyone who heard the sound was terrified, trying to escape toward the peak of the mountain. Su Yu turned his head to look back from time to time. The figure of the giant python was faintly discernible in the dense fog. Its massive body swept through everything in its path, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. He found it even more unbelievable. If the 9th summit had such a giant python, why would it only now destroy the summit? A simple movement from it could shake the earth and mountains, and it was extremely destructive. This told Su Yu that there was definitely something wrong with the giant python's origins. However, he had no time to think. Su Yu summoned the little lion and used its escape technique to escape toward the peak of the mountain. It passed by the crowd at a speed that surpassed that of a normal human, escaping first. Seeing this, who would be willing to fall behind? Those who fell behind would surely die in the mouth of the giant python. Explosive flame sword. Du Yu saw that the situation was not good, summoning 9 transparent swords that surrounded his body. Bang! After a loud noise, one of the swords exploded, turning into a hazy ball of light. Du Yu inhaled, inhaling the light into his nostrils. The ball of light traveled from his nose down his throat into his abdomen, then explosively expanded to every part of his body through his rapidly circulating meridians. Finally, all of it shot out from his pores. Du Yu flew forward in a manner that was close to exploding, overtaking Su Yu. The little lion clicked its tongue. You can do that, Su Yu thought to himself. The Mingjian Villa was, after all, the #1 crafting family in the 9-star civilization. They still had some outstanding aspects that could not be underestimated. Looking at the rest of the people, they were afraid that they would fall behind, all of them displaying their abilities. They used all sorts of escape techniques, and for a moment, they were not far behind Su Yu. The 9 Peaks mountain was only so big. Everyone ran for their lives, quickly reaching the peak. Du Yu turned back and shouted, "Quick! Ask Ancestor Gari Tian and Human King of Reincarnation to help." They were already in such a dangerous situation. If those two did not help, they would all die here. The puppet that was monitoring them paused for a moment, as if asking for instructions from the 2 strong men. Outside Duantian Mountain, Patriarch Gari Tian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His dry, yellowish eyes shone with a deep glint. "I've finally found it." The curse aura on his body fluctuated with his emotions, and violently trembled, filling the surrounding mountains and rivers. However, Human King Samsara still maintained his sitting posture and said indifferently, "Don't be impatient, there is still a little bit left." The 9th summit. Su Yu and the rest of the people ran madly and reached the peak of the mountain one after another. He was just about to consider whether or not he should reveal the truth that he had already broken the dustless curse and take to the skies, leaving the vicinity of Broken Sky Mountain. However, to everyone's surprise, when they were about to reach the top of the mountain, the giant serpent suddenly stopped attacking. Through the thick mist, one could see its enormous body coiling around the broken mountain. The huge head spat out a snake tongue that was as thick as a tree and stared at them greedily. The strange thing was that it didn't dare to move forward anymore. It could only pace back and forth outside the place it was at. Although such a strange scene was inconceivable to them, I heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone gasped for breath and stared at the python that didn't dare to move forward. Su Yu took a slight step back and turned around to guard against the peak of the mountain. There were so many giant creatures here, it was better to be cautious. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he found a male corpse on the peak of the mountain. He was dressed in grey rags, his hair was messy, and his skin was rough and sallow. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a mortal farmer. But why was he at the peak of the mountain? Even more strangely, Su Yu found a rather ancient spell under his body. The spell must have existed for at least an era, and it looked extremely old. However, it was still considered complete, and it was unknown if it could be used. Why is there a corpse? After everyone had recovered from their shock, they discovered the existence of the corpse. However, they were obviously not interested in an ordinary corpse. What they were interested in was the spell under his body. That's strange, there is a similar spell on top of every mountain. Lu Xiaoyu squatted down to observe the spell at close range. Oh! Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. There was one on every mountain. Seeing that everyone was approaching around the spell, Su Yu quietly retreated until he reached the edge of the mountain. At that moment, the people were no longer satisfied with observing. One of the great saints guessed, "This spell has some characteristics of space transportation." Lu Xiaoyu confirmed his guess. It is indeed a transportation spell. Her beautiful eyes met the other two's, and they saw a strange gleam in each other's eyes. The 3 of them glanced at the puppet tacitly, understanding each other's thoughts. If this was a transportation spell, they might be able to use it to leave. The great saint said telepathically, "Everyone, I have some understanding of curses. No matter how strong a curse is, there is a limit to its range. If we exceed a certain distance, we should be able to avoid being controlled by the curse. Even if we don't exceed this distance, we can weaken the curse's control and buy us enough time." Du Yu and Lu Xiaoyu blinked, agreeing with his opinion. The 3 of them looked at the spell together. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and she pretended to be studying the spell out of curiosity. She stepped forward and moved the corpse away, throwing it aside. "Let me see what spell this is." She carried the puppet on her back and quietly placed an energy stone in the center of the spell, secretly activating it. However, she found it a little strange. Ordinary transportation spells would usually emit a weak space attribute after they were activated, but there was no such thing in front of her. What it emitted was actually a kind of obscure fluid. It was as if what she had activated was not a transportation spell, but some kind of door. "What are you doing?" The puppet noticed the fluid appearing in the spell, and shouted. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly retreated, her face blank. I don't know. It suddenly activated itself. Has it been activated? Strangely, the puppet was not worried at all. Instead, it looked calm and happy. It's good that it has been activated. Hey! The expressions of Du Yu and the others changed slightly. What did it mean? Was the old demonic fairy not worried that they would activate the space transportation spell to escape? Su Yu's gaze changed, jumping back and forth between the spell and the corpse. He had long felt that this place was not simple. The old demonic fairy's words made Su Yu feel a great sense of danger. Without another word, he turned and rose into the air, running wildly toward the horizon. As soon as he moved, the others felt even more uneasy, and they all moved away from the spell. Du Yu had a strong premonition. Old demonic fairy, what are you trying to do? At this moment, how could they not understand that the so-called search for the strong martial artists of the All Saints was a lie? There is no strong martial artist of the All Saints here, right? You lied to us. Du Yu questioned. The old demonic fairy let out a strange laugh through the puppet. I did lie to you, but the strong martial artists of the All Saints are indeed here. What? Du Yu and the others were shocked. How had they not discovered their existence? Chapter 31-34. Du Yu and the rest were secretly shocked as they searched around. The ninth peak was so small, if there was an All Saints expert here, why couldn't they sense him? Where is he? Du Yu asked fearfully. If the All Saints expert was here, wouldn't they be in great danger? Jejia. The old demon immortal cackled strangely, so far away, yet so close. Hey! Everyone was stunned, so close? Their gazes swept around and landed on the mortal's corpse that was kicked away. Their expressions changed. Could he be the heavily injured All Saints expert? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. Impossible. How can ordinary people like us touch the corpse of a All Saints expert? Just now, she had personally moved the corpse away from the formation. If it was the corpse of the All Saints expert, she would have been turned to ashes long ago. The old demon immortal stared at the corpse. That's because his corpse is on the formation. Now, why don't you try touching his corpse again? Lu Xiaoyu hesitated. She took out an unwanted 5th-grade Dao artifact and tossed it on the corpse. She had heard her elders say that even after death, the corpse of a All Saints expert possessed great power. If an ordinary person touched it, they would be destroyed by the remnant power within the corpse. If the corpse before her was really the All Saints expert, then the 5th-grade Dao artifact might be reflected back. Clang! The Dao artifact gave off a hard sound when it was thrown on the corpse. Apart from that, there was nothing strange. Lu Xiaoyu pouted. See, it's not some All Saints expert. She walked forward, bent down, and reached out to pick up the Dao artifact. But just as her fingers were about to touch the Dao artifact, a gust of wind blew over and the Dao artifact on the chest of the corpse was blown away. Lu Xiaoyu's figure came to an abrupt halt. She stood there motionlessly, her fingers maintaining the posture, not daring to move at all. But her face was trembling, her eyelids were twitching, and her teeth were chattering uncontrollably. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The Dao artifact had not been reflected back because it had already been reduced to dust. The corpse before her was undoubtedly the corpse of the All Saints expert. Her finger was just a few millimeters away from the corpse of the 10,000 Saint expert. If she moved a little further, she would have been reduced to dust. Hualala, when the surrounding people saw this, they all retreated in fear, their faces filled with fear. Du Yu stepped forward and pulled the stiff Lu Xiaoyu back. He retreated to the edge of the mountain peak, his eyes filled with shock. The 10,000 Saint expert is dead. He looked at the puppet controlled by the old demon immortal. Was it you who killed him? The old demon deity had a complicated look in his eyes. Of course not. Although I, Patriarch Garitien, and the Samsara human king are extremely powerful, it's impossible for us to kill a severely injured myriad saint expert. The one who killed him is someone else. There was actually someone who could kill a 10,000 saint expert. Could it be that the one who attacked was the mysterious son of the sacred mountain? Only they had absolute confidence in killing a 10,000 saint expert. However, it was no longer important who killed him. Then what exactly do you want? Du Yu shouted, since the 10,000 saints powerhouse is already dead, what's the point of us searching for him? They had deceived them to come to the mountain peak, saying that they were looking for a severely injured 10,000 saint expert, but in the end, the 10,000 saint expert had already died. The two minor 10,000 saints powerhouses could have come here by themselves, so why did they make the low-level cultivators come here? The puppet controlled by the old demon immortal revealed a strange smile. Firstly, the broken sky domain does not allow those who are too powerful to enter. Is that so? Du Yu thought about it carefully and felt that it was really possible. Otherwise, the two minor 10,000 saints would be able to find every corner of the 9 peaks of Broken Sky Mountain with just a glance. Why would they go through so much trouble? I, Patriarch Garitien, and the Samsara human king, followed the 10,000 saint experts all the way here, but found that Broken Sky Mountain is not allowed to enter. The old demon immortal looked at Du Yu and the others as if he was looking at a corpse. Therefore, she did not hide anything from them anymore. If you enter without permission, you will be attacked by a mysterious force. The old demon immortal pointed at the 10,000 saint expert's corpse. Originally, he could have lingered on for a while and even had the possibility of recovering. But because he tried to enter Broken Sky Mountain, he was trampled by a giant foot that came out of nowhere and lost most of his life. That is why he died here. If Su Yu had been there, he would have remembered that in front of Broken Sky Mountain, in the ruins of the battle, he had seen an incomparably huge footprint. The size of the footprint and the depth of the power left behind were shocking to the eye. Du Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. If that is the case, why did he not leave Broken Sky Mountain, but instead run up to the peak? He knew that Broken Sky Mountain was a forbidden area, so why did he still come? And in the end, he died because of a formation? That is because the formation beneath him might have been able to save his life. Unfortunately, he did not make it to the end and fell in front of the formation. The old demon immortal's eyes were filled with joy. Formation? Everyone's eyes were once again drawn to the formation. The formation, which was flowing with the strange fluid, was still revolving, but it did not open for a long time. As for the second reason I asked you to come here, that is because once the spell formation is activated, everything in Skybreak Mountain will be destroyed. Thus, I had no choice but to painstakingly trick you juniors to come here and activate the spell formation. The old demon immortal faintly smiled. At this point, they finally understood that it was all a scam from beginning to end. Hunting down the 10,000 saint expert, searching for the hiding 10,000 saint expert, it was all a lie. They only had one goal, and that was to guide them to open the formation step by step. From the moment they discovered the broken formation at the first peak, the old demon immortal had intentionally or unintentionally guided them to pay attention to the formation, all the way until the 9th peak, when they came to the complete formation. Lu Xiaoyu was influenced imperceptibly and took the initiative to open the formation. They could not, and did not dare, enter Broken Sky Mountain, so they tricked them into coming in and opened the formation. Their goal was not the mere corpse of the 10,000 saint expert, but the formation of Broken Sky Mountain. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to understand now. The puppet controlled by the old demon immortal stretched out its arms, revealing a smile of relief. Come, let the tomb of the ultimate divine master reappear in the whirl. What? Du Yu and the others were shocked once again. Could it be that the teleportation formation in front of them was actually the tomb of the ultimate divine master? Rumble, as soon as he finished his words, the 9th peak they were in suddenly trembled, as if some giant creature was gradually awakening. Run! Du Yu was suddenly awakened, and without hesitation, he rushed into the sky. The others also ran in all directions, wanting to leave Broken Sky Mountain as soon as possible, so that they would not be destroyed along with Broken Sky Mountain. Chapter 31-35. But, the old demon immortal coldly smiled. You want to leave? Don't you think it's already too late? All of you? The corners of her mouth were filled with venom as she activated the dustless curse. In an instant, several screams rang out. 4 of them fell from midair and crashed into the 9th summit. The old demon immortal suddenly discovered that there were still 2 people that hadn't come down. When he looked up, he saw that Juyue had brought Lu Xiaoyu and was running towards the horizon. The former's abdomen shone resplendently, and dense sword qi surged out. Not only did it destroy the dustless curse in her body, but it also suppressed it, preventing her from acting up for now. Oh, no wonder you were asking so many questions. It turns out you were trying to stall for time so you could undo the dustless curse in your body. The old demon immortal suddenly understood. You didn't run away. Instead, he stayed behind to ask questions and resolve the doubts in his heart. How could he possibly want to know the truth? He simply wanted to stall for time so that he could secretly undo the dustless curse. You dare to lie to me? The old demon immortal coldly coughed. He leapt up to chase after them. However, a sudden change occurred. As the old demon immortal was about to use his strength, a mysterious supernatural power suddenly fell down from the skies above the broken mountain range, condensing into a giant foot that ruthlessly trampled down. The puppet controlled by the old demon immortal was instantly crushed into dust. Outside the broken heaven mountain. As old Morxian was controlling the puppet, his eyes suddenly flashed open and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, he clutched his chest and screamed out in pain. Not only did the gigantic foot destroy the puppets it controlled, it even injured itself. She had almost been annihilated as well. A fearful look appeared in Patriarch Gari Tian's eyes. It would be much easier if these powers did not exist. They didn't want to go around in circles to trick a group of juniors into opening the formation. There were simply far too many dangers within. The old demon immortal was only controlling a puppet. He couldn't use the puppet to attack without permission. If he were to expose his strength, then he would be instantly killed. Old ancestor, there are still 3 people alive. What do we do? The old demon immortal wiped the black blood from the corners of his lips, a look of shame on his face. Patriarch Gari Tian closed his eyes and raised his hands, pointing at Mount Duantian as if he was controlling something from afar. In the broken heaven mountain, Du Yu was running wildly with Lu Xiaoyu in tow. Just as they were about to rush out of the Duantian mountain area, they suddenly noticed Su Yu, who was not far away. Su Yu, who had left a long time ago, surprisingly stayed at the edge of the Duantian mountain area, not stepping out. Why aren't you leaving? Du Yu's eyes flashed. He could be considered an intelligent person, and understood that the broken sky mountain was currently the safest place. Both Patriarch Gari Tian and Reincarnation King were unable to enter this area. If they left this area, either one of them could easily kill them. However, the reason he knew that this place was safe was because he had learned this secret from old Morxian. Since Su Yu had left in advance, he shouldn't have known about this, right? However, to Du Yu's surprise, Su Yu said calmly, Mount Duantian is the safest place. I'm guessing that old ancestor Gari Tian, the reincarnation human king, and the old demon fairy can't come in. If he hadn't confirmed that Su Yu had already left, Du Yu would have suspected that Su Yu had eavesdropped on the old demon fairy's conversation. There's no proof. You're just guessing, aren't you? Du Yu asked. Su Yu was expressionless. Then why did you stop? Why aren't you leaving? Du Yu was silent. He was also considering when to leave this place. Looking at the 2 of them, Su Yu asked, that formation leads to the tomb of the ultimate divine master, right? Did the old demon immortal tell you about this? What? This time, not only Du Yu, but even Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback. You know everything. It seems like my guess was right. The shocked expression on her face proved Su Yu's guess. Du Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. You guessed it. How could he have guessed it? If old Morxian hadn't said it to himself, he wouldn't have been able to figure out where that formation led to. Su Yu nodded lightly. I guessed it a long time ago. Don't you think that the ecology of the Duantian mountain is very strange? This place is barren, but it can nurture giant poisonous toads and giant pythons. What do they eat and drink? Such giant monsters had to absorb energy to grow. The Duantian mountain area obviously couldn't support their growth. The only explanation was that they came from another place. As soon as he saw the transportation portal, Suyu knew where it came from. When he saw the seemingly ordinary corpse, Suyu understood even more clearly what kind of place this transportation portal was, which a strong man of All Saints had to protect before his death. The answer was obvious: the tomb of the ultimate divine master. The place that strong man of All Saints had been to before his death. Hearing this, Duyu suddenly felt his hair stand on end. His eyes flickered as he looked at Suyu. A person could actually find out the whole truth just by relying on a few clues. Who are you? Duyu's heart was filled with fear. For the first time in his life, he was afraid of a person's wisdom. Even the 1,000-year-old monsters couldn't be as flawless as Suyu, could they? Me. Suyu laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm just a little ancient saint, don't worry about me. Duyu's nervousness eased when he heard this. He was just a little strong man of All Saints. So what if he was a little powerful? However, it was Lu Xiaoyu who noticed something. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Why are you fine?" Duyu suddenly realized that he had overlooked an important issue. He took a step back, distancing himself from Suyu. He looked Suyu up and down, shocked. "How are you not affected by the dustless curse?" At the last moment, the old demon fairy had clearly activated the dustless curse, turning everyone into puppets to silence them. Why was Suyu safe and sound? Suyu asked calmly, "Aren't you all fine too?" Duyu yelled, "I used the unique technique of the Mingjian Villa, so of course I'm not afraid of the curse. But how did you resist it?" He was just a little strong man of the ancient saint realm. Suyu was expressionless. "It was luck." He said it casually, but it made people feel that it was very mysterious. This kind of thing couldn't be explained by luck, right? However, thinking back, he had indeed just broken through to the ancient saint level. The two of them felt relieved. How mysterious could a little cultivator of the ancient saint realm with no background be? Duyu regained his confidence and said, "No matter how we were before, we are now in the same boat. From now on, you will follow us. With my strength, it's more than enough to protect you." Suyu looked at Lu Xiaoyu, who was in his arms, and said, "Can you protect the two of us?" Haha. Duyu laughed proudly. "With my abilities, what's so difficult about protecting the two of you?" However, just as he finished speaking, an obscure force penetrated the Duantian mountain and pounced toward the three of them. Updated at 7 p.m. Chapter 31-36. It was a gloomy power that was similar to a curse. It was extremely gloomy and difficult to deal with, but it was also boundless. In their senses, the power was like a giant net that covered the entire broken mountain, leaving them with nowhere to escape. It's Patriarch Gari Tian's curse. Lu Xiaoyu turned pale. An old fiend immortal's curse was enough to kill them, let alone Patriarch Gari Tian's own curse. On the other hand, Duyue was extremely calm. "Don't panic. If Patriarch Gari Tian's power could penetrate this place, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find juniors like us to work for him." As expected, the seemingly thick cursed net shrouded the sky above the broken sky mountain, but it was unable to press down. There seemed to be an invisible force blocking outside forces from entering. Lu Xiaoyu heaved a long sigh of relief when she saw this, and there was a trace of reliance in her gaze as she looked at Duyu. Duyu was calm and composed as he said haughtily, "Haha, as long as we wait here, we will be in an invincible position. No matter how those two minor myriad saints threaten us, we won't have to worry." Suyu pondered for a while. The power of the holy body and the power of chaos surged under his skin, forming a protective barrier. His expression turned serious as he warned, "Old ancestor Gari Tian knows Mount Duantian better than we do, yet he still cursed us. There must be something fishy about this. Don't be careless." Seeing his nervous expression, Duyu didn't think much of it and said confidently, "Although you are proficient in deduction, you can't escape from basic reality no matter what." He looked disdainfully at the cursed web in the sky, hugged Lu Xiaoyu in his arms, and laughed heartily. "Come on, old thing, What can you do to us? However, just as the words left his mouth, the thick and dense curse net began to shrink rapidly. It condensed into a twisted, monstrous face the size of a mountain in the sky above the broken mountain range. The strange face was right above their heads. It stared at them with resentful eyes and muttered something. Suyu felt that something in his bosom had become restless, so he took out a jade box. What was left inside was the dustless curse that he had separated from his body. However, at that moment, the dustless curse was shaking intensely. Numerous cracks had appeared on it. Strands of black air flowed out of the dustless curse. As expected, this was not the dustless curse at all, but another kind of extremely evil curse. Black chi quickly surged out and turned into a pitch-black, sinister face. It was exactly the same as the twisted face in the sky. It broke through the jade box and pounced towards Xia Qingchen. It was so fast that it was difficult to guard against it. By the time Suyu noticed it, the strange face had already pounced into his body. Fortunately, Suyu had taken precautions. The chaotic energy and the power of the holy body under his skin were impenetrable, and he managed to hold off the strange face for a while. Seizing this opportunity, Suyu unsheathed his sword. With a flash of the absolute heaven sword, the curse was shattered. The so-called curse, in the end, was just a force, its power manifested in controlling people. But if you can't even enter a person's body, how can you be a threat? Ah! Lu Xiaoyu, who Du Yu was hugging tightly, suddenly screamed without warning. Combined with the changes in the dustless spell in Suyu's jade box, one could imagine what had happened to her body. Stay away from her. Suyu reminded them in time. Du Yu, who was hugging Lu Xiaoyu, had a drastic change of expression. He wanted to push Lu Xiaoyu away, but it was too late. Inside Lu Xiaoyu's body, a pitch-black, strange face suddenly rushed out and entered Du Yu's body. Hiss! Du Yu let out a cold gasp, and his face instantly turned pale. On the other hand, most of the curse in Lu Xiaoyu's body had been transferred to Du Yu, and she was undoubtedly much more relaxed. But that didn't mean it was over. The strange face in the sky was still chanting the curse. Relying on the connection between the curses, it controlled the curse in their bodies from a distance. Both of them felt that there was something in their heads that was devouring their souls and fighting for control of their bodies. Du Yu was fine. He had the unique technique of the Mingjian Villa that could restrain curses. Wisps of sword energy frantically destroyed the curse that had invaded his body. He regained control of his body step by step. As long as he was given time, it would be effortless for him to expel the power of the curse in his body. Brother Du Yu, save me quickly. Lu Xiaoyu didn't have the ability to do so. The curse in her body was exploding rapidly, and it was rapidly taking over her consciousness. At the moment of contact, a part of the curse in Lu Xiaoyu's body flowed into Du Yu's body. Du Yu, who had just managed to stabilize the curse, was once again forced into a passive position. He kicked Lu Xiaoyu away angrily and scolded her sternly, "Get lost. Don't try to harm me." Lu Xiaoyu staggered and fell to the ground. She held her head as she screamed and pleaded, "Brother Du Yu, you said you would protect me." Whether it was in the past or just now, Du Yu had confidently sworn that he would protect him and Suyu. But now, in the face of real danger, he had kicked her away. "What does it have to do with me that you're incompetent?" Du Yu said coldly. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for a woman. Lu Xiaoyu was on the verge of despair. Suddenly, she saw Suyu, who was standing not too far away, out of the corner of her eye. It was as if she had grasped onto her last life-saving straw. "Yinyu, save me quickly." Her tone made it seem as if Suyu should save her. Not to mention that Suyu couldn't remove the curse in her body. Even if he could, why should he save her? Did he owe Lu Xiaoyu anything? "I'd like to help, but I can't," Suyu said simply. If it had been him in the past, he would probably have tried to save her enthusiastically. But after experiencing so many changes in the world, even his heart had become cold. "Come here quickly," Lu Xiaoyu yelled in a shrill voice. She wasn't begging Suyu to save her at all. She was ordering him. Even now, in her heart, Suyu was still an ant who had just ascended to the ancient saint level. What was wrong with asking him to come over and divert some of the curse? She was thinking highly of Su Yu. Su Yu was indifferent. He even quietly retreated a little. If Lu Xiaoyu had spoken in a different tone, he might have been able to help alleviate the outbreak of the curse. But now it seemed unnecessary. "Ah, why won't you save me?" Lu Xiaoyu, in her agony, vented her resentment on Su Yu. She got up angrily and pounced at Su Yu with a roar, trying to force Su Yu to bear some of the curse's burden. Su Yu's eyes were cold. Before she could get close, he struck her with his scabbard, sending her flying backward. She spat out blood and fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Ridiculous," Su Yu said coldly. It was Juyue who had betrayed her, not Su Yu. She didn't vent her resentment on Juyue, but on Su Yu. Did she think he was an easier target to bully? Lu Xiaoyu, whose soul was already injured, finally couldn't take it anymore. Her consciousness was completely taken over. Her eyeballs rolled, and she became abnormally sluggish. She was successfully controlled. Then, Lu Xiaoyu's mouth cracked open, and she let out a creepy laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. Then, with a shriek, her body exploded. An enormous black air current rushed out like a volcanic eruption, blotting out the sky. The enormous air current pressed down on the two of them like a mountain. Chapter 31-37. Most of them were directed at Su Yu, and the air currents were filled with deep resentment. Although Lu Xiaoyu's body had exploded, her mental strength was not destroyed. She controlled the curse and tried to engulf Su Yu and Du Yu. Du Yu's expression changed drastically. Even his secret technique could not completely block such a massive curse. Su Yu muttered softly, "Crazy woman." He had not provoked her, but now she was looking for trouble with Su Yu. It was as if Su Yu owed her something. "Get lost. If you mess around again, I'll destroy your body and soul," Su Yu shouted coldly. Lu Xiaoyu's soul had not been destroyed, and there was still a chance for her body to be rebuilt. However, if she insisted on going her own way, Su Yu could not be blamed. "It's you. It's all because of you." The massive air currents condensed into Lu Xiaoyu's resentful face. Her empty eye sockets stared straight at Su Yu. Boom. As she spoke, a giant face came crashing down. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. "You don't know what's good for you." The absolute heaven sword was unsheathed, turning into a streak of light that pierced through the air currents. With a shrill howl, Lu Xiaoyu's soul was severely injured. However, she did not stop. Instead, she became even more vicious. "I want you dead." "Ah." As she screamed, the giant face came crashing down. Su Yu called back the absolute heaven sword. As he retreated unhurriedly, he took out a seemingly ordinary broken palm. Looking at the resentful Lu Xiaoyu, Su Yu said calmly, "Keep your eyes open in your next life. Don't follow the wrong person again, and don't provoke the wrong person." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and slapped the giant face casually. There was no explosion of power, nor was there any leakage of power. However, the imposing human face was shattered into nothingness. Lu Xiaoyu's soul shriek was cut off like a cliff. The whole sky returned to normal. No, even the outer enchantment of Mount Duantian had a deep palm print on it, and it was about to break. The air currents dispersed, and a faint trace of blood-red light, only as thick as a hair, slipped away from the enchantment. Su Yu's eyes were sharp as he stared at it, and he snorted. Trying to escape. He waved his hand again. The blood-red thread was extremely stubborn. Only a few cracks appeared on its body, but it still twisted tenaciously and tried to escape. Su Yu was slightly surprised. This broken palm was none other than the arm of the all-saint strong man that was kept by the Puppet Saint clan. As it moved, it possessed unparalleled strength, and it was more than enough to kill some evil beings. Who would have thought that the seemingly fragile blood thread would be able to withstand a single blow without dying? As he thought of this, Su Yu was even more determined to not let him leave, so he waved his arms several times. The threads of blood became weaker and weaker, and finally, when they couldn't take it anymore, they exploded, turning into a mist of blood that evaporated completely. Outside the broken heaven mountain, Patriarch Gari Tian's eyes remained closed as he pointed toward Mount Duantian. Suddenly, his aged eyes opened abruptly while one of his fingers broke with a crack, and then a large mouthful of multicolored blood sprayed from his mouth. Patriarch. The old demon fairy hurriedly stepped forward to support the tottering patriarch, and said in a panic, "Patriarch, are you all right?" Patriarch Garitien steadied himself, and with a gloomy look in his eyes, he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. "I underestimated that human. He could even destroy my heart demon blood curse." Upon hearing this, the old demon fairy's pupils shrank. The heart demon blood curse was one of the top curses that only the patriarch could perform, and it was more than 3 times more powerful than the Wuchen curse. Even a peak great saint of the same level would not be able to escape death if they encountered the heart demon blood curse. How did Su Yu, a junior who had just broken through to the level of the ancient saint, do it? The reincarnation king's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, I didn't know that this saint physique of my clan had hidden his strength so well." A cold light flickered in his eyes, never to be extinguished. In today's world, thousands of clans were fighting for supremacy. The human race was even more so. Legend had it that at the end of the heavenly road, the human ancestor had left a legacy for the human race. Only the strongest of the human race could reach the end of the heavenly road, obtain the legacy, and become the new human ancestor. One more strong enemy meant one less chance. The cold light in the reincarnation king's eyes was self-evident. Who cares if he has hidden his strength or not? Patriarch Gari Tien's murderous intent had been aroused. Let's see how long he can hide. In their eyes, a scene rarely seen in the world was reflected. The 9 peaks of Duantian Mountain, which had never changed since ancient times, were now slowly rising from the ground. 5 straight, perilous peaks continuously extended towards the end of the sky. Beneath the ground, a pitch-black, gigantic object kept emerging from the ground. For a moment, the sky turned dark. All the forces from all directions surged towards Duantian Mountain. For some reason, the dark clouds in the sky reflected a touch of demonic blood-red color. The mountains and rivers within a radius of billions of miles were quickly shrouded in a blood-red light. With this as the background, the pitch-black Duantian Mountain could be seen in its entirety. At a glance, it was not a peak at all. It was a 9-fingered demonic palm. Its fingers were exposed all year round, and the demonic palm was hidden beneath the heavens and the earth. It was only at this moment that the formation was activated that the demonic palm emerged from the ground. No one knew what kind of demonic palm it was, or what kind of existence it was. The only thing they knew was that even the powerful Patriarch Gari Tien and the Reincarnation King, who were known as the Lesser 10,000 Saints, could not even get within 1,000 miles of the demonic palm. If they tried to force their way in, they would be incinerated. The 3 of them gasped as they watched the demonic palm appear out of nowhere. What made their scalps go numb was that the demonic palm had moved. 9 straight fingers slowly bent and clenched into a fist. Everything near the demonic palm exploded under the pressure of the slowly clenched fist. Even the various air currents that were attracted to it were ignited, giving off shocking sparks. On the 9th peak, the giant python that had chased after them could not descend the mountain in time and was immediately crushed into a mist of blood, leaving nothing behind. The rocks, living creatures, and ancient trees attached to the peak were all crushed to pieces. It was even to the extent that many places had been squeezed into nothingness. Su Yu and Jue would either stay behind and be crushed into nothingness, or they would rush out of the demonic palm and be killed by Patriarch Gari Tien and the Reincarnation King. They had no way out. Su Yu's face was solemn, but he did not panic. He immediately leaped to Xiao Mingyuan's side. The formation in front of him was already at the final juncture. "It's done," Xiao Mingyuan exclaimed. Looking at the demonic finger pressing down on him, his expression changed drastically. "Quick, let's go." The 2 of them jumped onto the formation immediately and imbued their strength into it. Xiao Mingyuan's strength was limited, and Su Yu was only an ancient saint, so they could be ignored. By the time they activated the formation, they would have been crushed by the demonic palm. Without hesitation, he took out the broken palm of the greater 10,000 saints and slammed it onto the formation. The power contained in the broken palm was 100 times greater than that of the 2 of them. The formation was instantly activated, bursting with a brilliant light that engulfed the 2 of them. "Take me with you." Du came over upon hearing the sound and leaped over. Xiao Mingyuan's expression changed as he scolded, "Don't come over." The formation was only designed to accommodate 2 people. It could not possibly accommodate a third person. If a third person tried to force their way in, the formation would automatically expel that person. The person who was expelled was random. It could be Juyue, who came in last, or Xiao Mingyuan, or even Suyu. Chapter 31-38. Du saw the spell formation as a life-saving straw. How could he give it up? Clenching his teeth, he jumped onto the spell formation. The moment he jumped onto it, just as he had expected, the originally stable circulation of the formation immediately underwent a drastic change. First, the white light of the teleportation flickered rapidly. Then, the spell formation itself began to shake violently, and the space around it became distorted. Go down quickly, the spell formation can't take it anymore. Xiao Mingyuan was shocked and angry, but he did not dare to use force in the process of teleportation, lest he cause more serious consequences. Du would not give up. He stabbed his sword into the ground and refused to leave. "If you want to leave, you can leave. I haven't lived long enough." The affected spell formation changed more and more violently. Xiao Mingyuan, Du, and Suyu felt the world spinning around them. They could not stand steadily, as if they would be thrown out at any moment. Suyu also had a bad feeling. He glared at Du, his eyes filled with coldness. This person had been annoying from the start. When there was nothing to do, his nose was in the air, but when there was trouble, he was faster than anyone else to hide. Suyu would not tolerate his bad habits. Get lost. Xiao Mingyuan did not dare to attack in the spell formation, but Suyu did not. Suyu had not only mastered physical attacks, but also the ancestral technique of the Soul Saint clan, which had cultivated the secret soul techniques to the extreme. His eyes suddenly spat out a beam of grayish-white soul light, which pierced into Du's head. The strength of his soul, after fusing with the Soul Saint clan's first ancestor, had almost reached the level of an all-saint. Apart from top-notch great saints like Ancestor Gari Tian and Ancestor Reincarnation, it would be difficult for anyone else to withstand the soul attack. Although Du was a late-stage great saint, he was very weak. How could he withstand the soul attack? With a shrill scream, Du, who had insisted on staying, immediately clutched his head and howled in pain. His soul had been severely injured. If one could see through his body, one would realize that Du's soul had been split into 2. It was only a matter of time before he died. Suyu's soul attack was on the soul level, so it would not harm the spell formation in the slightest. The Sword Saint clan will not let you off. Du cursed, knowing that he was about to die. Suyu's face was expressionless, and he calmly said, "You can say that to anyone, but it might not apply to me. Because I was the one who destroyed your sacred sword tribe." Suyu said indifferently. Hearing this, Du's pupils constricted. The Sword Sacred clan had once been like the sun at high noon, but ever since they were refining the Absolute Heaven Sword, an uninvited and mysterious guest had caused trouble, causing the Absolute Heaven Sword to be lost and several clan elders to die. The entire manor that the Sword Sacred clan had built over several epochs had been burned to the ground by the Tribulation Fire. Not only that, the famed Sword Sacred clan deceived many great sages and spread the news of them sacrificing their blood to the Absolute Heaven Sword, causing a huge uproar. The great sage clans that had been sacrificed had banded together to attack the famed Sword Sacred clan. The other families also maintained a relationship with the Sword Sacred clan because of this matter. After all, they even dared to offer blood sacrifices to great sages. Who would dare to deal with them? Right now, they were already on the decline. All of this was thanks to the mysterious person who stole the Absolute Heaven Sword. "You're the one who stole the Absolute Heaven Sword." Although Du was in the Human Race Alliance at that time and was not in his family, he also hated Du very much after hearing the message from the elders of his family. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other party into 1,000 pieces. "Yes," Suyu said calmly. His eyes once again condensed 2 solid beams of soul light, which pierced deeply into Du's head. "So, go in peace. Your clansmen will soon join you in hell." The 2 soul attacks had completely destroyed Du's soul. His eyes were still filled with intense resentment and hatred, and he lost all signs of life. In fact, he had no intention of arguing with a junior of the famed sword-sacred clan. He had never intended to kill him. Instead, Du Yu had recklessly charged forward again and again, and now he was trying to interfere with his life and death. Since that was the case, he could not blame Su Yu for being merciless. Xiao Mingyuan was shocked by Su Yu's secret soul technique. A strong man of the later stage of the Great Sage Realm had actually been killed by a soul attack. This was the legendary Soul Sacred Clan. Only some old monsters at the level of an ancestor could achieve such a feat. How did Su Yu do it at such a young age? In Xiao Mingyuan's eyes, Su Yu was full of mysteries, and he had not been able to see through him. However, he reacted quickly. Without another word, he stepped forward and kicked Du Yu's corpse away. The moment the corpse was left in the formation tacitly recognized it as three people. Bang! Du Yu's corpse was tossed high into the air. But at that moment, something strange happened. The formation shook violently. Xiao Mingyuan and Su Yu felt the world spin, as if it had been turned upside down. Su Yu's body was like a chair, unable to stabilize himself. When his vision changed and his feet stabilized on the ground, he realized that he had been stabbed into the ground. What he saw was the rapidly clenching 9 demonic fingers, as well as the rapidly disappearing formation. He had been thrown out. The formation had randomly thrown Su Yu out of the formation. Not good. Su Yu did not dare hesitate. Seeing that the formation was about to disappear, he used the secret space technique without another word, attempting to teleport into the formation. However, the advantage of the Mirror Clan's escape technique formation was that it could teleport far away and activate quickly. Su Yu looked at where he had teleported. The formation had stopped operating, and the ball of white light had disappeared without a trace. All that was left were the formation flags and materials scattered all over the ground. Although he could activate it one more time, did he have the time? The 9 demonic fingers came crashing down, crushing the entire Duantian mountain area into nothingness. He could not stay here any longer, unless he wanted to perish together with the Duantian mountain. However, Ancestor Gari Tian and the Reincarnation King must have been waiting for him outside. If it was just one of them, Su Yu could use the blue heart iron puppet to put up a fight. However, there were 2 of them, and it was almost impossible to resist. Caught in a dilemma, Su Yu's mind was racing, and his brain was spinning rapidly with all kinds of possibilities. All kinds of possible scenarios, all kinds of possibilities of survival, appeared clearly in his brain like a spider's web. With his ability to calculate, he could now see through the entire situation in an instant. Suddenly, he found a hope of survival. His eyes changed abruptly, and he shot a glance at the 9th peak. No, it was the tip of the 9th demonic finger. The reason the 9-fingered demonic palm had appeared was because the formation had been unintentionally punished by Lu Shu, and had begun to operate. According to Su Yu's speculation, that place was most likely the legendary tomb of the Master of the Ultimate Ruins. The level of danger there was undeniable. Even a mighty all-saint strong man had returned from that place with severe injuries. He had been bullied by dogs, and had been hunted down by Ancestor Gari Tian and the Reincarnation King, who were both half a step to the all-saint level. Chapter 31-39. With Su Yu's current cultivation, trespassing into the tomb of the Master of the Returning Ruins would only result in death. However, if they left, they would most likely die, but if they stayed, they would most likely die. Hence, Su Yu made a decisive decision. He immediately rushed to the rotating formation and jumped into it before the demonic finger crushed him. The space energy that gushed out of the formation was extraordinarily powerful, and it transported Su Yu away in a split second. In terms of speed, it was much faster than Xiao Mingyuan's unique escape technique. Rumble! At this moment, the 9 demon fingers clenched their fists tightly, turning the so-called Broken Sky Mountain region into ruins. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, filling the 9 states. Patriarch of Gari Tian and Reincarnation King, who were at the periphery, did not dare to open their eyes in the face of the overwhelming smoke and dust. They squinted their eyes, trying to see whether Su Yu would come out. However, even after the dust settled and the world became clear, Su Yu was still nowhere to be seen. The two of them looked at each other and immediately entered the ruins. At this moment, the nine-fingered demonic palm had been completely crushed. It had lost all signs of life and could no longer move. Even the pressure was gone, so Patriarch Gari Tian and the Reincarnation King could calmly enter without worrying about being inexplicably destroyed. The two of them searched through the ruins and met up again. "Did you discover it?" Human King Samsara was exceptionally concerned. Such a powerful member of the same race was definitely a great calamity for him. Patriarch Gari Tian came back with half a corpse and threw it on the ground. "I only found him. It was Duyue." When his body was thrown out, it happened to be the moment when the formation was activated, so it was cut into two parts by the formation. Apart from that, there is also a very mysterious teleportation formation. Patriarch Gari Tian said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, he has already left the range of my curse." Hearing this, Human King of Samsara frowned. Where did he come from? Why is he here? His heart was filled with worry. Forget it. Since he has already escaped, we can only hurry up and head to the tomb of the Ultimate Emperor Lord to see if we can find anything before he leaks the news. If that's the case, it will be 100 benefits and no harm to your journey to the Heavenly Road. Human King Samsara looked around and sighed unwillingly. This is the only way. Their ultimate goal was to enter the human emperor's tomb and search for opportunities. Hunting down Su Yu was just a minor detail. The two of them arrived in front of the array formation of the ninth finger. Although the devil finger had lost its life force, the array formation had already been fully activated, and a dense clear light was circulating around it. After the two of them looked at each other, they took a deep breath and jumped in. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, a spatial fluctuation appeared without warning. Xiao Mingyuan fell out, along with half of Du Yu's corpse. Putong, Xiao Mingyuan's body was sore and weak. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. However, when he noticed that it wasn't Su Yu who had fallen along with the weapon, but Du Yu's half-corpse, his face darkened. He stood there silently and sighed deeply. The heavens are jealous of the talented. A mysterious young expert had died a tragic death on Mount Duantian. Thinking of Su Yu's various powers, he felt that it was a great pity. After sighing with emotion for a long time, Xiao Mingyuan observed the surrounding environment and discovered that this was an extremely strange area. The four corners of the sky were filled with 8 strange colors. Each color represented a domain. Furthermore, each domain had traces of the ancestral magic. This is the ancestral magic of the 8 great domains. Xiao Mingyuan gasped. He finally understood why he had experienced such violent turbulence during the teleportation process, which had left him exhausted and sore all over. It turned out that the space domain was affecting his teleportation. He couldn't believe that the ancestral magic of any of the great domains were in the hands of the 8 great saint clans. Some of them had even been lost, and even they couldn't master them. But now, there were ancestral magic of the 8 great domains, all released here. However, his many years of experience had made Xiao Mingyuan extremely vigilant, and he instinctively sensed danger. There couldn't be 8 ancestral magic of the 8 great domains here for no reason. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. With that in mind, he took a step forward like an arrow released from a bow. However, after a few steps, he passed by a deep pit and glanced at it casually. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. The deep pit was densely packed with corpses. Furthermore, all of them were corpses of powerful experts. They were at least of the great saint level. Xiao Mingyuan could even feel an aura that made his skin crawl. It was a corpse that looked like a stone man. It was covered in wounds, but it had already lost its life. 10,000 saints. Xiao Mingyuan gasped. How could there be so many corpses of powerful experts here? There were even 10,000 saints. Most inconceivable of all was that the corpses were fresh, and had died not long ago. Xiao Mingyuan's scalp went numb. He felt as if there were countless blood-sucking bugs all over his body, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. His heart was filled with a deep sense of fear. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately ran outside. However, what made him feel despair was that he couldn't leave the area sealed by the ancestral magic of the 8 great domains. No matter how he attacked, the ancestral magic of the 8 great domains did not budge. He was like a rabbit that had fallen into a trap, and could only wait for misfortune to come. The misfortune didn't delay for long. Just as Xiao Mingyuan was thinking of a way to escape, a mocking and greedy voice entered his ears. Another one has fallen. Unfortunately, he's too weak, and can only fill the gaps between my teeth. Xiao Mingyuan's body trembled. He looked up, and his pupils shrank. Above his head, a 9-colored dragon was poking half of its head out of the domain. A pair of greedy eyes was sizing up Xiao Mingyuan, and they were filled with greed. Xiao Mingyuan's body trembled. You are. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. It was said to be a living creature, but it lacked the vitality of a living creature. It was said to be a puppet, but it had the intelligence of a living creature. It was said to be an energy, but it was like a living creature. The enormous body of the 9-colored giant dragon crawled over slowly from the outside world. Its body was extremely huge, and it was at least 10,000 feet long. However, its body was full of injuries, and there were black scars everywhere. The injury on its neck was the most serious, and it had almost been cut in half. I have no name. The 9-colored giant dragon floated in the air, looking down at Xiao Mingyuan. It opened its bloody mouth slowly. However, I used to be a domain. It was none other than the 9th realm, who had escaped after being injured. Just as Su Yu had guessed, it had been hiding and strengthening itself in secret. To achieve this, it had not hesitated to hunt down strong men from all over the world. The 8 great domains in front of Su Yu were a trap it had set up. It had intercepted all the strong men passing by, and then surrounded and killed them. Perhaps because its mouth was wide open, its injuries were aggravated. The 9th realm grimaced in pain, and it glanced at Wn Sheng's corpse in the deep pit. I almost lost my life to eat this fellow, the 9th realm murmured. Recommending my friend's new book, Wrath of the Holy Eves. It's a hot-blooded fantasy, and worth reading. If you like it, please vote for it and leave a comment. Chapter 3140. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The thing in front of him could even eat a strong fighter of the 10,000 saint. What kind of existence was it? All right, just accept your fate. Be a good boy and let me eat you. You'll die a quick death. The 9th realm opened its giant mouth again and bit down without hesitation. Just as it was about to bite Xiao Mingyuan, its giant head suddenly stopped. It froze on top of Xiao Mingyuan's head and sniffed him. This sniff almost sucked Xiao Mingyuan into its nostrils. What a familiar smell! The 9th realm's giant eyes slowly narrowed. It stared at Xiao Mingyuan, causing him to break out in cold sweat. His body was stiff, and he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, the 9th realm's dragon mouth would bite him. Have you seen someone called Su Yu? The 9th realm's eyes narrowed into slits. It was filled with a deep sense of greed. Su Yu. Xiao Mingyuan shook his head. No, I've never heard of this person. Are you lying to me? The 9th realm's head drooped down. Its giant mouth was filled with the stench of blood. It exhaled hot air that blew at Xiao Mingyuan. Elder, I really don't know Su Yu, Xiao Mingyuan said. I wonder what the Su Yu you speak of looks like. The 9th realm was sure that Xiao Mingyuan wasn't lying. It raised its head and looked into the distance. It snorted. Not many people know what he looks like. However, he is a being like me, who has mastered the 8 great realms. However, the 9th realm had mastered the ultimate ancestral technique. Su Yu had only mastered the soul ancestral technique. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan was shocked. Elder, are you talking about Yin Yu? He had seen Yin Yu use the soul ancestral technique to easily kill Du Yu. Yin Yu should be his pseudonym. The 9th realm's dragon eyes opened. They were filled with excitement. I can't believe he is still alive. How strong is he now? The 9th realm suddenly asked. Xiao Mingyuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure, but I saw with my own eyes that a great saint in the late stage was killed by him using the soul ancestral technique. Ha 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 ha. 9th realm suddenly raised his head and laughed. I underestimated this human. His power increased so much. The ninth realm wasn't the only one whose strength had skyrocketed. Su Yu, who was also from an 8-star civilization, had also experienced a surge in strength. As it laughed, the ninth realm swung its long tail and destroyed all the domains around it. Why not nurture them yourself? The ninth realm's huge dragon eyes shone with a profound light. After devouring for the past few years, it gradually realized that it wanted to break through the limits of the domain and cultivate the legendary absolute beginning force to become one of the 13 supremes of heaven and earth. There was a limit to just relying on devouring experts. Devouring would only make his domain purer, but once it reached a certain level of purity, it would be hard for it to change. For example, it had risked its life to eat that 10,000 saints expert. But what was the result? He almost lost his life, but his domain didn't improve at all. After pondering for a few months, he gradually understood that devouring energy was useless in order to achieve a supreme domain. He wanted to devour the domain. It was the same domain as him. Only the fusion of two extremely powerful domains could give birth to the mysterious primordial force. Now, because it had stolen the remnant of the ultimate divine monument, its domain had become extremely powerful. It needed another creature with the 8 great ancestral techniques that was also extremely powerful. Young man, I won't kill you, but as the price for not dying, you have to listen to my orders from now on, the ninth realm threatened him. Xiao Mingyuan was overjoyed. He didn't dare to disobey. I'm willing to follow your lead. The ninth realm laughed. Do you know where the Space Saint clan is? I do. Then use your escape technique to take me there, the ninth realm said. Xiao Mingyuan was stunned. He asked tentatively, are you going to visit them? The ninth realm smiled. His smile was full of cruelty. Yes. I'm going to ask them for something. Back to Su Yu. After the teleportation, he felt like the world was spinning and his head was spinning. It was as if he had been teleported for a whole day and night. Su Yu finally landed on the ground with a dull thud. His body smashed into an extremely sturdy boulder, creating a deep pit in the surface of the boulder. Hiss. Su Yu took a light breath. He resisted the discomfort in his body and got up instinctively to observe his surroundings. He didn't forget that he was teleported to the extremely dangerous tomb of the Ultimate Ruins Emperor Master. Even the most ordinary plants here could kill him without him noticing. However, Su Yu couldn't help but be stunned when he looked around. He was surrounded by people in all directions. All of them stared at Su Yu with dumbfounded expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock and sluggishness. Su Yu looked around and found that he was above an ancient altar. There were strange symbols around his body. Those symbols still had a huge amount of energy left in them. In a split second, Su Yu understood that his teleportation must have intersected with the teleportation of the nearby space. He was supposed to be teleported to the tomb of the Ultimate Ruins Emperor Master, but he was summoned here by the altar. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It was best not to go to such a dangerous place like the tomb of the Ultimate Ruins Emperor Master. It seemed like he was lucky. He thought he was going to die. Now, not only did he leave the Duantian mountain area, but he also avoided the tomb. It was a pity that he didn't get to see the tomb of the Ultimate Ruins Emperor Master. As the owner of the Ultimate Ruins Divine Stele, Su Yu wanted to find the answer to why the Ultimate Ruins Emperor Master left the tomb. Everyone, I'm just passing by. Sorry for disturbing you. Facing the crowd, Su Yu's top priority was to leave first. Wah! Sob sob sob. Suddenly, a 14-year-old girl in a red dress in the crowd burst into tears. She wiped her tears with both hands and burst into tears. Why am I so unlucky? Sob sob sob. The girl cried even more sadly. The primordial stones that my grandfather accumulated for 100 years were all wasted. How am I going to report back? Sob sob sob. Su Yu was startled. Why was she crying? But it didn't matter. He cupped his fists in all directions and quickly walked down the altar. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the range of the symbols, they all came to life. They peeled off from the ground and floated in the air. They connected with each other head to tail, forming a circle. Then, they suddenly wrapped around Su Yu's neck. Su Yu suddenly felt his neck tighten. At the same time, something was embedded in his soul, restraining it tightly. This is an enslavement symbol. Su Yu recognized it immediately, and the corners of his mouth twitched. There were strong and weak enslavement symbols. The enslavement symbol in front of him should be one of the more powerful ones. At least, it wouldn't be a problem to enslave a great saint late-stage strong man. Chapter 3141. Of course, it was useless to Su Yu. His soul now contained a trace of the soul of an all-saint. This rune was far from enough to enslave him. With that thought in mind, Su Yu grabbed the rune on his neck, wanting to tear it off and quickly get away from them. However, Su Yu suddenly found a familiar figure behind the crowd. His body trembled violently, and he froze on the spot, his eyes full of disbelief. Behind the crowd, the people nearby were discussing noisily, but only an elegant young woman in a black gauze dress was sitting on a rock, quietly reading a book. Her expression was serene, as if she was isolated from the noisy world. Her breathtakingly beautiful facial features were like luminous pearls in the dark altar, releasing a fatal attraction. In his life, Su Yu had only seen one person with such a beautiful face. That was Xie Jingyu. Su Yu couldn't believe that he had inadvertently been transported to appear in front of Xie Jingyu. The last time they met was when Su Yu had just arrived at the 9-star civilization. He didn't expect to see her again. "Tell me, who are you? Why did you disturb our training?" A burly young man beside the crying girl scolded. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the Great Saint realm, and he didn't bother to hide it. "Training?" Su Yu looked at them, and then at Xie Jingyu, who was silently reading a book. He put down the hand that was holding the rune after a moment of hesitation. He cupped his fists and said, "Sorry, I was transported here by accident. I didn't mean to disturb you." He pointed to the rune on his neck. "Can I trouble you to remove the enslavement rune?" When the burly young man saw that Su Yu was so easy to talk to, he became even more aggressive. "Remove it, my ass. Where did you put Miss Song's protective beast? Tell me." Protective beast. It should be some kind of beast that should have been transported to the altar. Now, it should have replaced Su Yu and been transported to the tomb of the ultimate Emperor Master. It was highly likely that it had been eaten by the ferocious creatures in the tomb. Su Yu touched his nose. "This is a misunderstanding. I was in the process of being transported too. How could I know that I would be transported here by coincidence? I hope you don't take offense. How about this? I am willing to compensate Miss Song." He still had a lot of good stuff on him. For example, the blue heart iron. Any one of them would be more expensive than any protective beast. "Compensate? How are you going to compensate me?" Seeing this, the burly young man's tone became a little better. At the same time, he winked at the little girl. What he meant was that since things had come to this point, there was no point in being sad. It was better to ask for some practical benefits. "I am not talented, but I have some resources that might be of help to you." Su Yu was thinking of giving the other party a piece of blue heart iron. But who knew that the weeping girl would be unusually persistent? "I don't want resources, I just want my protective beast. Give me back my protective beast." Woo-woo, the corner of Su Yu's mouth twitched. He is a patient person, but the unreasonable person is an exception. Where could he find another protective beast? Could he go to the Sinkhole Emperor's tomb to find one? If it wasn't for Xie Jingyu, he wouldn't have wanted to fall out with this group of people before him. "I can't change back into a body-protecting beast, but if you want anything, just tell me." Su Yu controlled his temper. But the girl only knew how to cry and didn't know how to solve the problem. The youths nearby were getting impatient. "What are you doing? Hurry up and tell us what you want. You're wasting our time." "That's right, we need to summon our own protective beast." While he was being urged, the robust man became anxious. He looked at the crying young girl, then looked at Su Yu. He then comforted her and said, "Miss Song, why don't you let this person be your protective beast? He forced your protective beast away and was enslaved by the enslavement rune. Maybe it's the will of the heavens." The weeping girl sneaked a glance at Su Yu. Feeling the urging of the people nearby, she could only hold back her tears and resentfully say, "This. All right." She bit her red lips, looking extremely aggrieved. The burly young man let out a sigh of relief and glared at Su Yu. Did you hear that? Hurry up and greet your master. Su Yu was furious. She wanted to make him a protective beast. Just as he was about to tear off the runes, he suddenly raised his head and met Xia Jingyu's gaze. Xia Jingyu had raised her head and was quietly looking at Su Yu. There was a hint of contemplation in her eyes, as if she was doubting something. Seeing that, Su Yu calmly withdrew his hand and walked down the altar to stand in front of the little girl. All right, if you don't mind, I will protect you for a period of time. Su Yu cupped his fists at her, his expression extremely courteous. Miss Song was obviously still angry. She glared at Su Yu with resentment. You must call me master. Her hands were on her waist, and her eyes were wide open. Her black and white pupils were wide open. At first glance, she looked like a dancing peacock. Su Yu smiled and bowed with his fists cupped. Yes, yes, little master. It's master, not little master. Who asked you to add more words? Miss Song stamped her feet. Su Yu changed his words and tried to be as serious as possible. Yes, master. That's more like it. Humph. Miss Song rubbed her nose and looked Su Yu up and down. What's your cultivation? What's your race? Su Yu told her everything he knew. Same as master, I'm a human. My cultivation is at the early stage of the ancient saint. Su Yu suddenly realized that most of the people who came were humans. Only a few were from other races like Xia Jingyu. Ah, the early stage of the ancient saint. You're not lying to me, are you? Miss Song was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Show me your cultivation. Su Yu honestly showed her his cultivation of the early stage of the ancient saint. At the same time, he said, how is it? I'm not bad, am I? I'm already at the early stage of the ancient saint. Miss Song's face was already livid. Her eyes, which had just dried up, were filled with mist again. After a while, they finally turned into tears. Ah, why is my life so bitter? Ah, the burly young man next to her had no words to comfort her. He could not help but blame Su Yu. Why are you so weak? You're only at the early stage of the ancient saint. Phut. You can't even catch up to Miss Song. She was born with the cultivation of an ancient saint. Hey! The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Born with the early stage of the ancient saint? What kind of physique was that? Even the children of the 10,000 saints might not be born with the cultivation of an ancient saint. It turned out that this inconspicuous little girl in front of him had a powerful background. Hey, release the enslavement spell and let me go. I don't want to be a burden to my master, Su Yu sighed. No. Miss Song raised her head abruptly and said stubbornly, I'll turn you into a strong person. Sit down. Oh. What is she trying to do? Is she trying to help Su Yu improve his cultivation? Chapter 3142. Sit down quickly, Miss Song urged as she took out a broken vat. It looked ancient, covered in mud, and even stained with ancient blood. If it were outside, no one would even look at it. However, there were two words on the vat, which made Su Yu unable to take his eyes off it. Guishu. After the two words, there was the word palace. Miss Song placed it in front of Su Yu and said with a pained tone, You've really lucked out. Let me tell you, this is a treasure that I accidentally obtained. There is a mysterious energy in it. If you can absorb a little of it, you can easily make a breakthrough in your cultivation. Su Yu looked inside, but his eyes could not penetrate it. He tried to use his soul eyes, but it was still blocked outside, unable to see anything. He could only see darkness inside the vat. Put your hand in, and you will feel a special energy. Miss Song crossed her arms in front of her waist and said, The process will be a little painful, but the longer you persist, the deeper your hand goes, and the more you can obtain. Hurry up. Little Song hurriedly urged. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then put a finger in. Suddenly, an intense pain assaulted him, as if a poisonous snake had bitten his finger and was about to bite it off. Subconsciously, Su Yu wanted to pull his finger out. However, at that moment, a special energy flowed into his abdomen, loosening the cultivation of the ancient saint who had just broken through. He was delighted. Normally, it would take at least a dozen years to raise the cultivation of an ancient saint to the next level, and at most tens of thousands of years. There were so many strong ancient saints, but it was difficult for them to take a step forward. Even if they encountered an opportunity, they might not be able to break through in a short time. However, the ancient vat in front of him was simply nature-defying. Su Yu's heart thumped. If he let go of such a nature-defying opportunity, he would be as stupid as a pig. Swoosh. Regardless of the consequences, Su Yu put his arm into the deepest part of the ancient vat. His fingers touched the bottom of the ancient vat, and a layer of wet, sticky, and exceptionally cold sensation assaulted him. What followed was a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if countless embroidery needles were piercing Su Yu's arm back and forth. Moreover, the range of the pain grew larger and deeper. At 3 breaths, Su Yu could still persist with his extraordinary willpower. After 6 breaths, his body was already numb, and even his soul began to feel a stabbing pain. Young Miss Song was startled. She came back to her senses and hastily said, Are you crazy? Why did you reach in so deep? The spiritual liquid at the bottom will kill you if you touch it. She was extremely flustered. Even in her family, no one dared to extend their arms to the bottom. It was said that the blood that flowed within was the pet of the sinkhole divine lord, the Tao Tai. If an ordinary person touched it, they would definitely be devoured. Even the ancestor was extremely fearful of it and did not dare to touch it with his body. Sure enough, a layer of faintly discernible black air current appeared around Su Yu, causing the air to boil and shake. It was as if the space around him was about to disappear without a trace along with him. Stop, you're about to be devoured. Little Song didn't dare to go over and could only shout in panic. Su Yu was indifferent to this. He frantically absorbed the mysterious energy from the ancient cauldron, and his cultivation base of early ancient sage skyrocketed. On the 9th breath, there was an explosion in his body. He had broken through. Ancient sage intermediate stage. However, the skyrocketing of his cultivation base did not stop, and it continued to soar. At the same time, the sharp pain from his soul soared. He had lost all feeling in his limbs, and if he lost all feeling in his soul due to the pain, he would die. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could Su Yu let it go? He gritted his teeth and allowed the pain in his soul to intensify, using his strengthened soul power to resist the pain. Fortunately, he had interacted with the first ancestor of the Soul Saint clan, so his soul was not what it used to be. It was close to the level of an all-saint. Therefore, although the pain was intense, it had not reached the point where it would collapse. 12 breaths. Su Yu was still gritting his teeth and persisting. Young Miss Song's anxiety turned into surprise. Why was he not dead yet? A strong man of the late great saint dared to persevere like him for less than 10 breaths. Another 3 breaths passed, and a full 15 breaths passed. Su Yu was still safe and sound. On the contrary, within the ancient cauldron, the sound of the Taotia's divine blood being sucked could be heard faintly. Hey, that's enough. Stop. Young Miss Song should not be worried about Su Yu, but her own treasure. If the Taotia's divine blood was sucked dry, the ancient cauldron would lose its function. Master, I can't stop, Su Yu said with great difficulty. He looked like he was in pain. With a peerless and nature-defying opportunity in front of him, Su Yu certainly could not stop. What? Is it because of the divine blood inside? Young Miss Song asked anxiously. Su Yu felt guilty and tried to change the topic. Ouch, it hurts. To others, the Taotia's divine blood was an extremely dangerous existence. But to Su Yu, it was nothing. He had the Taotia's eye between his brows and a sickle made of the Taotia's bones in his hand. Just a little bit of the Taotia's divine blood would be absorbed by the Taotia's eye after it entered his body. The only thing he had to worry about was whether the Taotia's eye could still be suppressed after absorbing enough God's blood. He could already feel the Taotia's eye between his brows, which had been sealed, stirring. A feeling of swelling arose spontaneously. Su Yu could even feel a strange breath from the depths of his soul. It was the Taotia's eye that was awakening. Previously, in order to fight against the holy mountain and destroy the world, Su Yu released the Taotia's eye. After absorbing the endless power of the holy mountain, it fell into a deep sleep. When it woke up again, the blood paper might not be able to seal it again. Thinking of this, Su Yu knew it was time to stop. Otherwise, the loss would outweigh the gain. 18 breaths. There was another burst of sound in his body. His cultivation had broken through again, the ancient saint late stage. Su Yu was full of regret. If only he could absorb it for a little longer, he would be willing to endure hellish torture. Suddenly, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Didn't he still have the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations? Similarly, the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations could also absorb divine blood. The great sickle of 10,000 tribulations that absorbed divine blood would not do any harm to him. Swish. The great sickle of 10,000 tribulations appeared in his hand. As expected, its appearance instantly accelerated the absorption of the Taotie's blood. The Taotie's divine blood in the ancient cauldron quickly entered Su Yu's body and then flowed into the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations along his arm. For a moment, the Taotie's eye could not snatch it and fell into a deep sleep again. Not only that, the Taotie's divine blood did not stop when it passed through Su Yu's body, so it no longer caused any harm. The pain immediately disappeared without a trace. However, Su Yu's cultivation, because the Taotie's divine blood entered his body, was still soaring. Not only did he not have to bear the pain, but his cultivation could also soar. Su Yu could not help but moan in comfort. Chapter 31:43. Are you feeling good? A questioning look was cast at Su Yu. He clenched his teeth again and pretended to be in pain. How could it be? Ouch, it hurts. I'm dying. I'm the one who's dying. Miss Song's little face was very long. She just disliked Su Yu's low cultivation and wanted him to improve his cultivation a little bit. It was really just a little bit. Who would have thought that he was improving non-stop? Sizzle. 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 Su Yu finally stopped when the liquid at the bottom of the ancient vat was sizzling. The Taotie's divine blood had been sucked clean. His cultivation had advanced further and reached the peak of the ancient saint. If he had the right opportunity, he could break through to the level of the great saint. Cultivation is really easy. This was the first time in his life that Su Yu felt this way. He was not the only one who had undergone great changes. The great sickle of 10,000 calamities had also undergone great changes. After absorbing a layer of the Taotie's divine blood, the great sickle of 10,000 calamities had become much heavier. Although there were no visible changes on the outside, if it was activated, it would definitely be different from before. The black air around Su Yu's body disappeared, and Miss Song ran over with vigorous steps. She hugged the ancient vat and shook it. It was empty and there was no sound. Her little face darkened even more. She clenched her teeth and plucked up her courage. She put her finger into the ancient vat, but there was no longer any pain. Unwilling to give up, she probed the deepest part bit by bit, but there was no pain until she reached the bottom. Whoa! My baby! Miss Song hugged the ancient vat and sat on the ground, crying loudly. She was very sad. Even Su Yu, who had a heart of stone, could not help but feel guilty. This was the second time he had made the little girl cry. Master, don't be too pessimistic. Although the ancient vat has lost its effect, I've become much stronger. Su Yu brandished his fists. Miss Song cried even more sadly. I will be beaten to death. She really did not expect that there would be such a ruthless person in the world who sucked up all the energy in the ancient vat in one breath. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll buy you some candy later. Su Yu squatted down and stroked her head comfortingly. Go to hell. Young Miss Song's eyes were red and watery. Su Yu was embarrassed. Now that things have come to this, my condolences. Think about it, if I die, who will protect you in the tomb of the ultimate emperor? The others all have protective beasts. Young Miss Song seemed to be moved. After sobbing a few times, she asked with tears in her eyes, then what realm have you broken through to? A proud look appeared on Su Yu's face. Peak Ancient Saint. This was the highest cultivation he had ever achieved. Ah, only Ancient Sage Pinnacle? Little Song opened her mouth wide. She was about to cry again. You've drained the ancient vat dry. Why are you still in the ancient sage realm? You're not even as good as me, how are you going to protect me? Su Yu rubbed his nose. To be precise, most of the Dao Tai's divine blood was sucked away by the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. He himself couldn't bear that much. I'm very satisfied. I'm not satisfied. Little Song said fiercely, I really want to kill you. However, he could not bear to do so. After all, he had already invested a treasure into his body. If he were to be killed, wouldn't it all be a waste? However, his cultivation was still too low. In the ultimate ruins, it would be of no use at all. What kind of Taoist artifacts do you usually use? Little Song asked as she sized Su Yu up. She could no longer help Su Yu improve his cultivation. She could only consider other things besides improving his cultivation to enhance his overall strength. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he took out a worn-out iron sword. This Little Miss Song was actually a very cultured and kind-hearted girl. However, looking at the worn-out iron sword, her body twitched. She could not help but clench her fists tightly. If I could turn back time, I would definitely kill you. Damn it. Too despicable, too shameless. He was obviously trying to swindle something good from her. However, she did not have to cry over a worn-out iron sword. It was an insult to her intelligence. I'm sorry, Master. My incompetence has made you angry. Su Yu sighed. Little Song stuck out her chest. Humph. Come on. Aren't you trying to swindle my treasure? Fine, I'll give you a chance. With a swipe of her finger, the space storage device flashed, and a burlap bag appeared on the ground. This is a treasure discovered by my ancestor. It can be used for both offense and defense. It is a very valuable treasure, Little Song said with a faint smile. Really? Su Yu reached out to pick it up curiously. However, he did not expect it to be so heavy. He pulled subconsciously, but not only did he fail to pick it up, he almost stumbled. Su Yu's cultivation was now at the peak of the ancient saint realm. His physical strength was naturally extraordinary. However, he could not even pick up such an inconspicuous item. Ha ha ha. Little Song covered her mouth and laughed non-stop. She said proudly, this item is incomparably heavy. Not many people in my clan can lift it. If you can use it, I don't mind lending it to you, Little Song said calmly. Aren't you trying to swindle my treasure? Fine, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Su Yu thought for a moment. He first opened the burlap bag, and the item inside came into view. It was a small, unadorned cauldron with several cracks. The small cauldron was very old. There were various patterns drawn on it, and it gave off an ancient aura. Little Song raised her head and said, this was obtained by my ancestor in an ancient ruin. According to his speculation, it should be a failed doctrine artifact. However, even if it failed, it still gives off peerless power. Unfortunately, there is no way to activate the small cauldron, so I can't use it. Su Yu did not say a word. He silently placed his palm on the small cauldron. Little Song laughed. All right, don't waste your energy. You can't pick it up. She waved her hand and recalled the small cauldron back into the space storage device. However, to her surprise, the small cauldron did not move at all. She could not recall it. The next scene caused him to freeze on the spot. Su Yu was holding the small cauldron with one hand, and he could pick it up easily. Looking at the small cauldron, Su Yu murmured, we seem to know each other. He had seen the small cauldron in front of him in the hands of the human ancestor. It was the supreme sacred artifact he had used to kill the Saint Mountain's emperor, the mountain and mountain cauldron. However, the cauldron in front of him was obviously not the real one, but a failed one. It could be imagined that the human ancestor had experienced many failures when he was crafting the River Mountain Cauldron. The failed one was accidentally obtained by Little Song's family, and they had kept it until now. They did not know how to control it, so it was naturally difficult for them to catch it. As for Su Yu, he had received the human ancestor's teachings. He could even control the real River Mountain Cauldron, let alone the failed one. Could it be heaven's will? Su Yu murmured. On the path of the human ancestor's teachings, He had obtained the failed saint artifact.